thing running again. And of course we'll see it out at the Classic Bike Festival this year, 7th, 8th and 9th of August. trying their best to clear up that oil. So they've made it round to Fisherman's now. And again, fingers crossed we can get everything up and running in about 5 minutes or so. So hopefully we can get things up and running pretty quick. The ground team's doing a fantastic job here clearing up the oil. I did hear that there was going to be a lack of adhesion flag out for the first couple of laps for each race. So keep a wee eye on that. You'll know the grip levels yourself when you're out. So I have a very special guest up here with me now, and it's not just Cyber Pete. So we have Norman Brown's sister, Deborah. Deborah, how good is it to have this event back on the calendar and commemorating such a special man?
It was just fantastic to see it coming back again. It's lovely to see the bike here and to hear it going. It just brings back special memories. And I want to thank everybody that has made it happen. Mark Salmon, Robin Hetherington, Graham Malkinson, and yes, it's just brilliant just to see it happening again. And I want to wish everybody just a safe day's racing. Thanks, Gary.
Brilliant, thanks very much, Deborah. And of course, the sun's shining here, and we hope to get things up and running pretty soon. The lightweight Moto 3s will be going back out for their qualifying session very soon, and they're going to be getting a 5-minute qualifying session, and then the Super Twins, Production Twins and pre-injection machines will be out for the first race. That was brilliant. Here, see, easy. Piece of piss. You can blame Graham for that. We'll have the machines out on track any second now as they kickstart the Moto 3s into life. just waiting for confirmation. We're just waiting confirmation from the hairpin. Maybe the radio's just messing about a wee bit. But once we get confirmation from the hairpin, we can get going. So the Moto 3 machines going out for the remainder of their qualifying session. And again, just a reminder, the lack of adhesion flag will be shown for 2 laps, whether it's the remainder of the day or not, but certainly the first handful of races. Ross Irwin is going out for a spin on his Ducati, the Magic Bullet machine. Of course, I don't know what was wrong with that machine during qualifying, but he sounded like he was struggling for gears, or looked like he was running something in maybe, just trying a few different things. So he's going to go out ahead of this Moto 3 lightweight qualifying session. So here we go. The gates have been opened and the machines making their way out onto the track. So Ross Irwin taking his gloves and his helmet off here, so he's maybe just holding back a wee bit. Wait for his own session. So the machine's out on track. Before the red flag, it was Jack Burrows was fastest in the Moto 3 from Alfie Flynn and William Graham. Matt Davison in 4th. 5th was Ciara Gahoon. 6th was Gary Jordan, and 7th was William Young on that lovely 125 of his late brother's Mark. Fastest lightweight Supersport then, Ruben Sherman Boyd from Hubert Tomaszewski. Buster Sherman Boyd in 3rd. 4th was Dale Hyland. 5th was Johnny Parker. 6th, Alana Maher. William Young away out in that lovely 125 Honda. And again, just gets tucked in as much as he can behind that fern. Squeezed in behind the bubble. So we'll see, it may be a slightly depleted session here with riders, where riders and machines are concerned. There was a couple off there, but hopefully everyone's got their machines sorted. The riders were up and okay, which is always great to hear. It's Ruben Sherman Boyd away through there. William Graham just ahead of him again. Quick out of the blocks, trying to get good clear road. Ciara Gahoon across the line there. Partner, that's Gary Jordan on the 250 Grand Prix machine. Number 9 away through there, William Graham. And getting the swing of things with these Moto 3 machines. Of course, William Graham riding the Toyota as well. Here's Matt Davison, the number 80 machine. He's currently 7th, but they're going to start putting times on the screens now as William Young goes through the 125 Honda. And Alana Maher. 300, but away through then was Alfie Flynn. That was a 108.0 compared to his best in the first half of qualifying, a 106.8. So remember, only 5 minutes for this session. So Super Twins, Production Twins and Pre Injection Machines, can you please make your way to the holding area for the first race of the day, sponsored by McKinstry Motorcycle. So Jack Burrows still topping screens here at the minute. Don't think Jack went back out for this one. He's completed 3 laps. Ruben Sherman Boyd still leading the way in lightweight Supersport. Kirkistown going well there. Second of the Moto 3s so far. She's bettered her time from the last time out, and so has Ruben Sherman Boyd. Well, 104.4 there for Ruben Sherman Boyd. Kirkistown second of the Moto 3s, a 106.0. She crosses the line once again. That was a 106.2 that time. She had a wee bit of traffic to contend with. Number 57, Buster Sherman Boyd, up into second in the lightweight Supersport now, fourth overall on the road. And here comes Jack Burrows then on his Burrow Engineering RK Racing Moto 3 machine. John Burrows just warming that machine up, trying to get heat into the engine as quickly as they can. Again, not very long left of this qualifying session. He might, if he's lucky, get one lap in here. So a fist pump and away for Jack Burrows. It's Ruben Sherman Boyd way through there. Ruben Sherman Boyd, if Jack Burrows is able to get back past Ruben Sherman Boyd, that could do Ruben the best of favours for this qualifying session. Alfie Flynn still holding on to third in the Moto 3. Dale Hyland now up into third of the lightweight Supersport. So Hubert Tomaszewski has been demoted to fourth. He's seventh on the road. Gary Jordan, what a lap there for Gary Jordan. A 107.6 up into fourth place in the Moto 3s. Eighth on the road. William Graham fifth of the Moto 3s. Matt Davison sixth of the Moto 3. That's Johnny Parker away through there at the minute. He's fifth in the lightweight Supersport and 11th fastest on track. Lightweight Supersport then, Ruben Sherman Boyd from Buster Sherman Boyd and Dale Hyland in third, fourth, Hubert Tomaszewski. Here comes Matt Davison. Matt Davison across the line. He doesn't better his time that lap. Still in sixth there. Sixth fastest for Moto 3. There's the checker flag out. Number 88, William Graham. William Young, apologies, takes the checkered flag. Alfie Flynn. Here comes Alana Maher. Alana Maher across the line at the minute. Fifth fastest in the lightweight Supersport in 12th place. Guy Jordan holding on to that fourth fastest at the minute. William Graham then. William Graham up into fourth of the Moto 3. So Guy Jordan demoted to fifth. He hasn't got another chance. He's already taken the checkered flag. But it looks like Jack Burrows then. Pole position in the Moto 3s from Kirkistown. Alfie Flynn in third. Fourth was William Graham. Fifth, Gary Jordan. And that's Matt Davison, wasn't able to better his time again there. Matt Davison has to settle for sixth. William Young in seventh. Lightweight Supersport then, Ruben Sherman Boyd. Pole position from Buster Sherman Boyd, his younger brother. Dale Hyland in third. Fourth, Hubert Tomaszewski. Fifth, Alana Maher. And sixth, Johnny Parker. So next up then, Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Prain Jackson machines for the first race of the day. And that's the McKinstry Motorcycle Transport Super Twin race. So the machines are in the holding area. They've been in the holding area for quite a while. Chris Nelkin just looking up in the sky there, wondering where the suns went. And he's near put Brian Hull's eye out with that umbrella. So the Alki looking forward to this one. So Alki on pole. He was sitting. He'll be holding the fort at the front. That magic bullet Ducati gets fired up for the number 9 of Ross Irvin. The rattle, the jingling of that clutch. So Ross Irwin out on track. Magic Bullet Ducati. Had a few issues during qualifying with it. Maybe struggling to get gears, I don't know. Just holding it out there till Colonials. Through Colonials 1 and 2, and then the Super Twins, Production Twins and Plain Jackson machines will be out on track any second now. And there goes the klaxon. The tire warmers get ripped off as they prepare for their warm-up lap and line up in their respective grid positions. That Ducati sounding like it should this time as he bellows down behind us, behind the pit lane cafe. We get ready for the first race of the day. There we go, machines out on track then. So the machines out on track. Christian Algan will line up in pole position from Kyle Cross. Robert Waddell in third. First of the Plain Jackson machines, Conor McDonald, he will line up in fourth. Dean McMaster in fifth. Sixth, second of the Plain Jackson machines, Trevor Elliott. Seventh is Ross Moore. Third of the Plain Jacksons then will line up in eighth, Stephen Love. Fourth of the Plain Jacksons, Richard Armstrong in ninth. 10th was Johnny Irwin, he's the fifth Plain Jackson machine. First of the production machines then is Stephen McKeown, lines up in 11th. 12th was Vincent Long. Second of the Plain Jackson production machines, and they'll be followed through down to 19th is Ocean Walsh. Fourth Plain Jackson is Kyle Martin. Jack Finlay, fifth Plain Jackson. Sixth was David Scott. Seventh Davy Chambers. Eighth was Dara Vint. And sixth of the Super Twins was Matthew Watson. He will line up 20th on the grid. So Dean McMaster, he's always pretty early to the grid for McMaster. He lines up at the start of the second row. Able to get a good start and try and position himself between Elke and Cross. So the first race of the day, the McKinstry Motorcycle Transport Super Twin, Production Twin and Plain Jackson line themselves up on the grid. Wee bit of confusion there from the riders, but we always get that. They look like they've more or less got themselves settled as we wait for the green flag to be waved at the back. And there it is then. So the riders are told, well, there's another bit of a delay there. So here we go. The red flag goes up. They're told to watch the lights. Who's get the whole shot in this one? Is he creeping for a long wait there? But look at Dean McMaster. Wow! Exactly what we said he was going to do. He's just squeezed himself between Elke and Kyle Cross there. Oh, and he's found himself in a bit of a sandwich. McMaster moves over to the right hand side and he tries to make the better of his position there, but he might have lost out there through Colonials 1 and 2 as the riders head towards Fisherman's now. And a great start there from Conor McDonald on the far side of the track as well. So not too sure who was able to get the whole shot there in that one. A red iPhone. And just here and there's been a red iPhone has been lost. So if anyone finds the red iPhone, please hand it in to the control tower here. Looks like Elke had dropped back to 4th place there, but he's made his way back up to 5th, in through the hairpin net, runs a wee bit wide, maybe missing the apex, but he gets the drive out. It's Dean McMaster then. So Dean McMaster is able to hold him off. Conor McDonald in 2nd place. He's leading the Train Jackson machines at the minute. Christian Elkin second with Super Twins, but he's 3rd on the road. Robert McDonald. We have Kyle Cross down in the 5th place now. Stephen Love in 6th. 7th is Ross Muir. 8th is Trevor Elliott. 9th Johnny Irwin. 10th Alexander Rowan. He's leading the Production Twins. 2nd is Stephen McCune. He's 11th on the road. 12th is Vincent Long. 13th Richard Armstrong. Kyle Martin 14th. 15th Matthew Watson. Ocean Walsh 16th. 17th Dave Liddy. Davy Scott, then 18th, 19th Davy Chambers, and Jack Finlay rounding up the top 20. Here they come again then, down the back straight, behind that pit lane cafe, Christian Elkin in the slipstream of Conor McDonald on that Crane Jackson machine, don't forget. And he tries to squeeze up the inside, but Conor McDonald, with the Crane Jackson machine, outbreaks the Super Twin of Christian Elkin, and back out on the start and finish straight to come. It's still Dean McMaster from Conor McDonald and Christian Elkin. Christian Elkin with the fastest lap of 59.8 as he still struggles to get past McConnell. But Conor McDonald looking away through Dean McMaster now, so he is in with a chance of leading this race on the road as they head back towards Fisherman. Christian Elkin with not the best of starts. The red mist has came down now and he's on a charge. It's still McMaster in the lead. He runs wide at the chicane on the entrance, but he pulls it back for the exit. Christian Elkin trying to get as much drive as he can against that 600 machine, and they're side by side down the back straight, heading for the hairpin. Elke has the inside line. Is he going to be able to pull it back into the apex? They disappear behind the garages there, and he does. So up into 2nd place now for Elke. Look at the drive he gets. Dean McMaster, he blasts past McMaster and into the lead. Christian Elkin again with the fastest lap, a 59.7 from Elke. Dean McMaster demoted to 2nd place now, but he's got someone to chase further back then. Great race, Alexander Rowan of the Production Twins ahead of Stephen McCune now. 3rd place is Kyle Martin. He's just crossed the line along with Matthew Watson and Ocean Walsh. So Alexander Rowan on a charge now. Stephen McCune. And have a look at Stephen McCune, only 0.1 of a second back on Alexander Rowan. But the leaders, as the chicane, the Super Twins, still Elke from McMaster. Conor McDonald isn't letting them go. What a ride there for that Crane Jackson machine. So the next race then, if you can make your way to the holding area, Superbike Cup and Supersport Cup. So the leader's back down towards us now. Christian Elkin starting to pull a bit of a gap now on Dean McMaster, 0.7 of a second. Kyle Cross is starting to gain back on Conor McDonald, 0.5 back. And Robert Waddell right on Kyle Cross's back end. Through Colonials 2 then. As we look at the Production Twins, Alexander Rowan still leading, but Stephen McCune is right in the slipstream there of Alexander Rowan. And he could be just waiting to make a move on his teammate. No love lost there. So Elke, the gap back to Dean McMaster was 0.7, but it looks like McMaster's clawed a wee bit back on Christian Elkin. Conor McDonald still leading the Crane Jackson machines from Stephen Love in 2nd. Johnny Irwin in 3rd, holding off Trevor Elliott. As they head back towards the hairpin. Back out the other side again, 0.7 of a second. But look at Conor McDonald. Conor McDonald is looking away through on Dean McMaster once again. He tries the long way around, but that's not going to work. McMaster keeps that tight line through Deaders. You can see that Christian Elkin is starting to pull away now. That looked like Robert. That looked like Kyle Cross maybe on Conor McDonald up the inside at Colonials 1. Stephen McCune, look, keep an eye on Richard Armstrong. He's starting to close in. He's closing in on Stephen McCune, and that can allow him to catch Alexander Rowan. So the two of them under pressure now from the seasoned newcomer. So Look back then. That's the number 38 machine away through of David Scott. David Scott trying his hand out with the production twin class. Look at the lead now that Elkie has. And Kyle Cross, it was indeed, so Kyle Cross and Robert Waddell got the better of Conor McDonald through Colonials 1. Back through Colonials 1, 2, Fisherman's. Down a gears to make sure you get good drive out of Fisherman's. Back through the chicane. Christian Elgin with the fastest lap of 59.5. Dean McMaster 59.9 in second place. The leaders back onto the back straight. So it's Kyle Cross. Oh, Kyle Cross up into second place now. So Kyle Cross has got the better of Dean McMaster coming out of Fisherman's into the chicane. Right to the herb, and then Elgie tucked into that screen as best he can, starting to pull away, and we're moving into a lot of traffic now. Kyle Cross up into second, Dean McMaster in third, Robert Waddell fourth, Conor McDonald settling for that fifth place, but don't forget he's got his own race to run here. He's leading that pre-injection class with Stephen Love in second. Trevor Elliott still holding off Richard Armstrong there. Trevor Elliott across the line, he's got a good gap to Richard Armstrong. In fourth place ahead now of Alexander Owen and Stephen McKeown. So he's got the better of them on that last lap. It's still Alexander Rowan leading the production twins from Stephen McKeown. Third is Kyle Martin. Good run there from Kyle. Matthew Watson. And in sixth of the Super Twins just in behind him. Look back down the start and finish then. Elkie, but look at Robert Waddell. Robert Waddell trying to make a move on Kyle Cross, and he takes a wide sweeping line through Deaders. They're side by side, breaking into Colonials. Oh, look at Conor McDonald. He's looking a piece of the cake now. He's not giving up, and he runs a wee bit wide through Colonials 1. That can mess him up for the drive into Fisherman's. But Elkie already out of Fisherman's, heading for the chicane. And looks like Robert Waddell, will he make a move through the chicane, or will he try and get the drive out of it for this long back straight? So another call for Supersport Cup and Superbike Cup to the holding area. As the break into the hairpin once again, back out onto the start and finish then. So the last lap flag being ready for Elkie, and he's got an awful lot of traffic now, but that's not going to do much. He's got that 2.3 second lead over Kyle Cross, but Robert Waddell is really starting to push. He's showing him the front wheel. So Waddell only has a handful of chances here to do anything about Kyle Cross. What a result for the pair of them. But Elkie again dicing his way through that traffic, and it looks like it's actually helped Kyle Cross this time. So I think Robert Waddell has got caught up with the slower riders, and that's allowed Kyle Cross to, it looks like he's in a safe second place here now as the break for the hairpin. So Elkie back out on the start and finish straight then. And another one under the belt. Christian Elgin takes the win. Kyle Cross, what a result there in second place. Robert Waddell had to settle for third, and Dean McMaster in fourth. But what a start to the race there for Dean McMaster. He's shown that he has the pace. He just has to keep the momentum going. Conor McDonald wins the pre-injection class from Stephen Love in second. Across the line then, Ross Moore, fifth of the Super Twins. And there's Trevor Elliott. Bit of a lonely race in the end there for Trevor Elliott, but he finishes off third. Last step of the podium for the pre-injection machines. Richard Armstrong then across the line, the newcomer. Great result there for Armstrong in fourth. And there's your winner, Alexander Rowan then. across the line. He left Stephen McKeown behind in the closing stages of that race, but Alexander Owen takes the win in the production class, and Stephen McKeown in second. Third was Ocean Walsh. And unfortunately, Kyle Martin, he didn't finish that race. Just here, and I did see a yellow flag down there, but I wasn't too sure who it was. So what a great start to the racing today. Perfect track conditions, perfect weather. Couldn't ask for more. Christian Elgin, Alexander Rowan and Conor McDonald with the wins. So next up then, the Superbike Cup and Supersport Cup. This one is over 8 laps, so if the remainder of you could please make your way to the holding area, and you'll be out on track for your warm-up lap any second now. I think we're more or less ready to go then for Superbike and Supersport Cup. This is over 8 laps, so the klaxon has been sounded. And the tyre warmers will be coming off the machines, and they'll be out on track very shortly. So again, a good grid of machines here for the Cup class. Remember, the majority of them, or a handful of them at least, will be promoted to the Pro class. That's between the Supersport and the Superbike classes. Given the go-ahead now for the machines to go out onto the track. The number 88 there of William Young. Gary Jordan there, number 19. He qualified in 10th place. Machines out on track. So Scott Clements, pole position for this one. Cathal Gallagher in second. Johnny Gregory in third. First of the Supersport then is Chris Simpson in fourth. Fifth is Harry McAleese. He's second of the Supersport machines. Michael Press will line up in sixth. Seventh is Ryan McElroy. Eighth, Almontes Monteves. Ninth, William Young. 10th, Gary Jordan. Patrick Nee will line up in 11th. 12th is Declan Harley. 13th, Curtin Bell on the Bell Bike Sport B&W racing machine. I heard they were going to change the name to BJ&W. So Jacqueline, I don't know if Carl knows it or not, but it might be an extra letter on the sponsor's name on his machine. Curtin Bell, he'll line up in 13th. Dale Leggett in 14th. 15th is Jamie Sloan. 16th is Lee Hillen. 17th, Robert Toner. 18th, Barry Gasson. 19th, Lawrence Britton. The number 70 machine. He was riding the CBR 600 Honda. Great to see Lawrence back out again. And Cain Bell in 20th. So just a reminder, the lack of a adhesion flag will be out, just to make the riders aware of where the oil was spilt earlier on, but the marshals, track personnel did a fantastic job of clearing that up. So your pole setter, Scott Clements, ready, eager to go. Still a couple of people just making their way to their positions. A couple of strange positions there for some of them, but here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. Engage gear. Revs go up. And another long wait there for the lights, but away they go. Oh, Scott Clements, don't think he got the start that he wanted. It looked like Cathal Gallagher got a good start there through Deaders then. Your pole sitter demoted to third place here through Colonials 1. Colonials 2, but he's right back on them again, heading for Fisherman's. In a long right-hand sweeper, it feels like forever going around there. Couple of different lines, and a fantastic place for overtaking and running in the famous section for the photographers, especially at the start of a race when they're like a freight train of machines coming through. Up the back straight then, it's Jonathan Gregory. Gregory's in the lead of this one, and you can see this poor Supersport machines are being swamped by the 200 plus horsepower Superbikes. So come back down towards his end for the first time. Oh, Scott Clements! Scott Clements is back in the lead of this one. So Scott Clements getting the better of them on the brakes. Across the line then, Gregory in second, Cathal Gallagher in third. McElroy fourth, fifth is Almontes Monteves, sixth Michael Press, Chris Simpson seventh, eighth Patrick Nee, ninth is William Young, and Gary Jordan in 10th as they head back down towards, they're already at Fisherman's then. And it looks like it is indeed Scott Clements. He's pulling a gap now on Jonathan Gregory. He's leaving them behind, and that's exactly what he has to do. He's to maintain this race and maintain that gap. So that big R1 Yamaha screaming for grip underneath him. And hard on the brakes once again into the hairpin. So the gap last time was 0.07. See as he crosses the line, trying to tame that Yamaha. Keep the front end down across the line. That's 1.4 of a second now. Gaggle rider coming through there, but it looks like first and second have been sorted. Cathal Gallagher is on the move. So Cathal Gallagher so late on the brakes through Colonials 1, but I think he was able to pull it back through for Colonials 2 and get the drive towards Fisherman's. So Scott Clements still leading into the chicane, but Cathal Gallagher looks like he's closed him right back up again. So the gap has closed. Scott Clements with the fastest lap, but this lap is going to be phenomenal from Gallagher. As they come through, Jonathan Gregory just dropping back down. I think that's Ryan McElroy with him there. So he's in third or fourth at the minute. Look at Gallagher. Gallagher's right on the coattails of Clements now. Gallagher with the fastest lap of 59.6 compared to Clements of 1 minute 0.7. So Gallagher moves over to the right hand side of the track. He's going to try and make a move. Further down the order, that was Gary Jordan trying to make a move through Deaders. William Young having a good race up into 7th place now for William Young. So Gallagher still right with Scott Clements now. Just struggling to get past that Yamaha. Clements, he can get the drive. He's really good in the drive coming out of the chicane. Gallagher has to get tucked into the slipstream as quickly as he can. Look at the Yamaha pulling away from Gallagher. But Cathal Gallagher, he has the advantage on the brakes. He's able to get that machine stopped at the hairpin. And he's closed him right back in again. So here we go then. Look at the drive that Scott Clements is able to get. If he can keep that momentum going to the end of this race, he's in with a chance of winning this. He's just a wee bit tentative through Deaders. Oh, Cathal Gallagher making a move up the inside. Colonials 1. Scott Clements had to sit the bike up. He never seen him coming. So it's Gallagher in the lead now. Scott Clements demoted to 2nd place. Ryan McElroy in 3rd. 4th, Michael Press. 5th is Jonathan Gregory. William Young in 6th. 7th, Amantes Montiva is 8th. Harry McAleese. Gary Jordan up into 9th place now. 10th is Chris Simpson. So as we look back at the leaders, it's still Cathal Gallagher from Scott Clements. Clements just struggling to get that R1 Yamaha stopped. He tips into the hairpin and he pulls it back to the apex and gets the power down then. It's still Cathal Gallagher. Watch the lap times drop now for Clements. Cathal Gallagher with the fastest lap of 59.5. Scott Clements, that was a 1 minute 0.3 that time round. William Young on Jonathan Gregory. William Young around the outside of Jonathan Gregory around Deaders. Wow, very rare do you see that. That was a brave move from the number 88 machine of William Young. Harry McAleese up into 7th place now. He got past Almontes Monteves on that last lap. Gary Jordan staying in that 9th. And Chris Simpson just in behind. 0.7 of a second back on Gary Jordan. Back down the back straight. Scott Clements is staying with Cathal Gallagher now. So Scott, he's found a bit of a rhythm. He's going to be able to stay with him. So another call for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area, please. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. Gallagher, Scott Clements with the fastest lap now. So Clements, he's answered to Gallagher. A 59.3, Gallagher with a 59.4. So the two of them are really starting to up the pace now. Clements, he just has to stay there till the last lap. Again, everything is falling into position here for him. He's got the hang of this R1 Yamaha. Track temperatures up to 32, 33 degrees. He's not going to be able to get a better chance at it than this as they come back down the back straight. Ryan McElroy still there with Michael Press. Michael Press putting pressure on him here. back out on the start and finish straight. That's Scott Clemens into the lead now. He was able to outbreak Cathal Gallagher. So Scott Clemens is back on it. Last lap time now. Scott Clemens, Gallagher trying to make a move around the outside of Deaders. He was trying to do a William Young, but it wasn't able to stick. William Young in 5th place, 6th Harry McAleese. But Brian McElroy still holding off Michael Press for that last step of the podium. Back down toward the leaders there. As my timing screens have went completely blank. But here we go. Scott Clemens still leading at the chicane. And he's just praying underneath that helmet. Will he go defensive? He breaks really, really early into the hairpin. Cathal Gallagher closes him right back up again. Through the hairpin to disappear behind the buildings. Who's going to emerge in the lead? It's Scott Clemens. Can he get the power down? Scott Clemens is going to take the win across the line. Gallagher then had to settle for that 2nd place. What a race that was. And a great run there. Holding off Michael Press for the last step of the podium. William Young way through there. Gary Jordan across the line. Wasn't able to get the better of him. What a great finish there. Almandas Monteves across the line. Carton Bell. Good run there for Carton Bell on the Bell Bike Sport BMW racing machine. There's Louis. Oh, that was Kane Bell. So Kane Bell had a good run there. So what another great race for the Superbike Cup and Supersport Cup. And what a great result there for Scott Clemens. Cathal Gallagher just had to hold off ever so slightly. Or he pushed himself to the limit, but he knew he couldn't do anything. Closed him up on the brakes into the hairpin, but he was just too far gone. And Ryan McElroy holding off Michael Press then across the line. So next up then, Moto 1 machines. If the remainder can please make their way to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines. And you'll be out on track very shortly. Moto 1's out for their warm-up lap. There's a bit of a wait here, don't know what was going on there. A couple just out perhaps for a lap, but they did look like Moto 1 machines, so away they go, the rest of them out on the track. Hubert Tomaszewski, Mitchell McNeil having issues during qualifying. Unfortunately, he didn't get a qualifying time in, but good to see. Fingers crossed that retie Honda is sorted for the race. So McNeil with a wee bit of work to do, but Hubert Tomaszewski on pole from Paige Mullen in second, Joel Herr in third. William Graham, first of the Towndas, lines up in fourth place. Fifth is David Scott. Second of the Towndas, Brandon Kenny in sixth. Seventh is Ella Musgrove. Eighth is Thomas McGurnahan. Ninth and third of the Towndas, Cooper Cahoon. 10th is Annabelle O'Neill. And 11th, fourth of the Towndas, Mitchell McNeil. Hubert Tomaszewski getting plenty of heat into them tyres. Down the back straight, scrubbing them in. Ella Musgrove as well. Brandon Kennedy, number 984, taking his grip position there. Paige Mullen has a wee bit further to go, just ahead of him, lining up in second place. Joel Herr, number 222, alongside. And an impressive grid indeed. Loads of talent, loads of future stars in this Moto 1 race. So here we go. The green flag is waved at the back. The clock of the course tells them to watch the lights. The revs go up. A long, long wait there for the lights to go out, but away they go. Hubert Tomaszewski, great start there from Tomaszewski, but look at William Graham. Oh, William Graham trying to squeeze up the inside of Deadard. And he's through into fourth place there at the minute, but it looks like Tomaszewski is in the lead of this one. Through Colonials 1 and 2. Heading for Fisherman's. Tomaszewski leading. Oh, it's just about. That looks like Paige Mullen trying to squeeze up the inside at the chicane. And back out the other side. It is indeed. So Paige Mullen right with him. Gets really good drive out of the chicane. He's in the slipstream of Hubert Tomaszewski. Moves over and makes short work of that. So Paige Mullen in the lead of this. But who's going to get it in the brakes into the hairpin? Oh, Tomaszewski really, really late, but he runs wide. I don't think he's able to put it back into the apex, and it's Paige Mullen who gets the better of it. Great drive on the start and finish straight. So Paige Mullen in the lead from Hubert Tomaszewski. Joel Herr in third place, William Graham in fourth, David Scott in fifth, Brandon Kennedy in sixth, seventh Mitchell McNeil, Thomas McGurnahan in eighth, ninth Cooper Cahoon, 10th Ella Musgrove, and Annabelle O'Neill in 11th. Paige Mullen, great drive out of the chicane, and she didn't have to stay in the slipstream with Tomaszewski for too long, but the two of them are together on the track, and Joel Herr and William Graham having a good battle further. Oh, William Graham trying to go up inside of Joel Herr at the chicane. Joel closes the door in his face, and just look at the drive the Yamaha is able to get as the Toyota is tucking into the slipstream, trying to make the most of that air that Joel Herr's breaking through. At the hairpin then, it's still Paige Mullen, Tomaszewski trying everything on the brakes. Paige Mullen runs a wee bit wide on the exit, but she's able to get the drive. Tomaszewski in the slipstream now. She's pulling away now. Paige Mullen's able to pull away from Tomaszewski. 0.6 of a second now over Tomaszewski. Joel Herr holding off William Graham. William closes him down, moves over. William Graham moves over to the right hand side, tries again to squeeze through on Joel Herr, but Joel with a big wide line, and he's able to get the drive out of Colonials. Up over that bump, the exit of Colonials 2. Sometimes it can upset the machines as Annabelle O'Neill goes through. Oh, they're side by side through the chicane. So close. Two became one there for a wee second. And out of the chicane on the start, or back straight, it's Paige Mullen. Still in the lead. Joel Hurst still ahead of William Graham, but Paige Mullen on the brakes just that wee bit earlier than Hubert Tomaszewski. Hubert really pushing that wee Yamaha hard. Paige Mullen gets the drive on so early on that Boss E racing machine. Look at William Graham and Joel Hurst side by side coming down past us. Joel Hurst moves over the right hand side, and William Graham has no other option but to stay in behind her. William Graham moves over again trying to make a move up the inside of Joel. William Graham not able to take it back to the apex, and he runs that wee bit wide. Great battle further back there. Ella Musgrove, Cooper Cahoon. As the three of them head back down towards Colonials. Back at the front then. So it's Paige Mullen. So no Hubert Tomaszewski by the looks of it. No sign of Hubert. So promoted to second place is Joel Hurd, but not for too much longer. William Graham has the inside line in the hairpin. Oh, and he dives up the inside of Joel, but does he run wide? Is Joel able to cut it back in and get the drive on the start and finish straight? Paige Mullen across the line with the fastest lap again. Oh, William Graham tucking in behind Joel Hurd once again. Absolutely flat out through Deaders. Graham looked like he was going to make a strong move there up the inside of Deaders as he just disappears through Colonials 2. So just here and there, Tomaszewski, he did have a slip off, but perfectly fine. So Paige Mullen has a 8.5 second lead over Joel Hurd and William Graham with the fastest lap. A 59.5 there for Paige Mullen on that last lap. So unfortunate for Tomaszewski, but it's great to hear he's up and okay. Annabelle O'Neill then across the line. 250 Kawasaki. And here comes Paige Mullen. So another call then for the sidecar machines to the holding area. Sidecar machines to the holding area then for your first race of the day. Joel Hurd starting to pull away now from William Graham. 0.4 of a second just, there's not much in it. Just able to gap William Graham ever so slightly. Paige Mullen in the lead from Joel Hurd and William Graham in third. Fourth, David Scott. Brandon Kennedy across the line in fifth. Mitchell McNeil then in sixth. Of course, third of the Toyondas. And we'll wait for this battle further back then for Cooper Cahoon. He was leading this group and he's still leading this group. Cooper Cahoon across the line. Ella Musgrove and Thomas McGurnahan just in behind Ella. Paige Mullen again extending that lead. Just over 9.5 seconds, 9.6 seconds of a lead on that last lap. And she's starting to pace herself now. 109.3 compared to her best at 108.4. Here we go then. Paige Mullen once again across the line. That was a 111.40. A bit of traffic to contend with there with Annabelle O'Neill. And this might fall into the hands here of William Graham or Joel Hurd. So another call then for the sidecar machines. There's a couple outfits heading down our direction. But looking forward to this race. So the times were so close. There's Brandon Kennedy away through in a lonely 5th place, and Mitchell McNeil, what a job he done to get that machine off the line. Remember, he had so many issues during qualifying. That machine just did not want to go at all. But he's making it work for him now. Cooper Cahoon still ahead of Musgrove. Thomas McGurnahan starting to drop back now off the back end of Musgrove. So he's gonna He's going to struggle. He's going to struggle to pull anything back at this late stage of the race. Last lap time then. Last lap time for Paige Mullen. And Joel Herr again just ever so slightly nipping away there from William Graham. 0.5 of a second now the gap is up to. There's not much in it. And again, this race isn't over. Anything can happen. Joel has to be nice and smooth and pull it all together on this last lap. Cooper Cahoon under pressure now from Alan Musgrove. Alan Musgrove in the slipstream moves over to the right hand side of Cooper Cahoon on the brakes. Who's going to get it into the hairpin? Cooper Cahoon sweeps over the front end of Musgrove and he's able to hold on to that 7th place then, coming out on the start and finish straight. So close on the brakes, and already Paige Mullen is at the hairpin. And Joel Herr is looking a safe 2nd place here as William Graham continues to drop back off the tail end of Herr. But here she comes then. Paige Mullen across the line, takes the win, steals the race. And what a result there once again for Paige Mullen. So William Graham wasn't able to get the drive that he wanted out of the hairpin. It's Joel Herr getting 2nd place over William Graham. The last step of the podium as we wait. There's David Scott then with the head down across the line. The number 38 machine in 4th. So the battle continues further back then. But Annabelle O'Neill and Brandon Kennedy away through. Brandon Kennedy and Thomas McGurnahan as we wait for Mitchell McNeil. Here he comes then. So they did well get that machine ready for the race. So was Cooper Cahoon able to hold off Alan Musgrove in this one? He is indeed. So Cooper Cahoon 7th place, 4th tie on the home, and Alan Musgrove in 8th. So Paige Mullen with the win and a best time of a 108.4. Joel Herr in 2nd, a 110.2. William Graham first of the Tiandas in 3rd, a 110.2. Then we have David Scott in 4th, a 111.3. Brandon Kennedy in 5th, a 113.1. 6th was Mitchell McNeil, a 114.1. Cooper Cahoon in 7th with a 115.9. So not far off the times there for Cooper or Alan Musgrove in 8th with a 115.9. Annabelle O'Neill in 9th, a 123.3. And unfortunately Thomas McGurnahan, he finished up then in 10th, a 116.8 there for Thomas McGurnahan. So unfortunate there for Hubert Tomaszewski. He wasn't able to finish that race. But glad to hear he is up and okay, and hopefully he can get that machine sorted and himself rested before his next race of the day. Sidecar's up next then, and we should be going, I haven't heard any different, but we should be going on our lunch break then. So just a reminder please for anyone who is bussing to get a burger or a chip at the lunch break, can you please allow the marshals and paramedics and all the ground staff here to for them to get something to eat first, because we've all got a wee job to do and we'll have to get back to our posts as quickly as we can, and sometimes we don't have any time to eat anything really. So if you please allow any officials to get a wee bite to eat first. So the sidecars then out for their warm-up lap, and again the times were so close in qualifying, and fingers crossed we get a good race here. Derek Lynch, Anto McDonald on pole from Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. Tony Willis and Ian Harron will line up 3rd. 4th, Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. 5th, Declan Brady and Carl Brady. Phil Newton and Dara Keaton in 6th. 7th, Eugene Kettle and Phil Gracie. 8th is Fran Newton and Owen Keeger. Jeff Hickey and Trevor Black in 9th. 10th is Kieran Gordon and Abby Rogers. And 11th is George Kennedy and Colin Smith. A few of these outfits obviously upset about not getting a run at the TT. But these things happen, and obviously safety is paramount, so they had to make a decision. But it's great to see them here today for the Norman Brown Memorial Trophies, and great respect there. Mark Gash just over shaking the hand of Ian Harron. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash on the Cosmic Racing Machine. And the 2 Eclipse racing machines on the front row. And I'm sure there'll be no love lost here between these pair. But here we go, the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. Again, the lights have been pretty slow today. So the revs go up and away they go. Oh, look at Tony Willis. What a start there for Tony Willis. He tried to jackknife himself through the 2 lengths. Oh, so close into Colonial 1. But I think that looked like Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald got a great start. Pretty sure they got the whole shot in that one. In through Colonial's heading for Fisherman's. And towards the chicane now. Who's able to get the power down early for this long back straight? Remember, cold tires. So it's the 2 Lynches out in front then. Derek Lynch, Anto McDonald, and Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. Oh, the 2 of them in the slipstream then. Heading for the hairpin on the brakes. They disappear. They sit a wee bit lower, obviously, these sidecars, so it's just difficult to see who's who behind the motorhomes. But here they come. Oh, side by side. The 2 Lynches down past the start and finish then. That's Derek Lynch, Killian Rogers, Derek and Dylan Lynch side by side. Looks like Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald trying to make a move through at Colonial 1. O'Reilly, Willis, Newton, Fran Newton and Phil Newton, 5th and 6th. We have the Cattle outfit in 7th, 8th Hickey, 9th is the Gordon outfit, 10th Kennedy, and the 2 Brady brothers, unfortunately, not out in this one. But through the chicane then. Still Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers as they power down towards the hairpin. Further back, Tony Willis just dropping back off the pace of Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash there. But it sounds like their machine is running a lot better than what it was in qualifying. Once again, here we go then. The number 46 machine. Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers still in the lead in this one. Oh, Tony Willis. So you can hear that machine of Terry Riley and Mark Gash misfiring that wee bit, and Tony Willis and Ian Harron's outfit just on the overrun. Didn't sound too good as he went past there, but hopefully it was just a wee bit of overrun. And a certain mapping. Great run number. Jeff Hickey, Trevor Black, Kieran Gordon and Abby Rogers having a good battle there. Oh, Abby Gordon trying to go up the inside there as they go through deaders. So the leaders coming out of the chicane. Back out on the start, you can hear that machine of Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers struggling for grip. to get the power down on that the big back wheel. You can see Killian just hanging over the back wheel, trying to get as much grip as he can. Back out on the start and finish straight then. The gap was 0.8 of a second. It's now 0.9. So Lynch and Rogers are starting to pull away. Lynch and McDonald just dropping back, but they seem to be in a safe second place. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash in third. And that's Tony Willis' machine and Ian Harron. He could just be feathering the throttle ever so slightly, as the majority of them are shutting off there. So I'm just hearing there, Fran Newton and Owen Kager unfortunately have retired from this one. So Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers still in the lead. Last one, Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald look like they have the advantage over them. Down around the twisty section of the track, through Fisherman's, through the chicane, and that gap is closed. That gap is closed down. It was 0.9 of a second. It's still 0. It's closed ever so slightly. Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald in second place have posted the fastest lap, a 105.6, compared to Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers 105.665. Nothing in it at all between these pair. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash still holding on to that third place. Tony Willis and Ian Harron way through as Philly Newton. They're sort of starting to spread out a wee bit now. They start to behave themselves, but at the chicane, Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers again look like they're starting to pull away. They might have got some sort of signal there that his brother was closing down as he tries to get into the slipstream. Again, that smaller F2 outfit, don't forget. A lot more nimble around the chicane and through Colonials. The F1 outfit of Lynch and Rogers has the advantage down the straight, and you can see the speed of that machine. Fastest lap then for Lynch and Rogers, a 104.8. Listen to that cosmic racing machine there of Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash as it rips through the air, holding off Tony Willis and Ian Harron. But although the gap is down to 2.8 seconds now, so Tony Willis and Ian Harron could be in with a chance here of the last step of the podium. Philly Newton away through Eugene Kettle, having a good run there in midfield. As we look back towards the leaders then as they exit the chicane, coming in the slower riders now, so this might fall into the hands of Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald. Braking for the hairpin, tipping it in. They trying to get as much power down as they can, and it seems to work, and they got past that slower rider pretty quickly on the brakes. That last lap was a 104.8, nearly identical to his fastest lap, a 104.85, done a 104.87. So absolutely on a charge. O'Reilly, Mark Gash, definitely something wrong with that machine of Tony Willis and Ian Harron, but he's determined to finish this race. And he's dropped back once again off the back end of O'Reilly and Gash. The gap's now 3.2 seconds. So Philly Newton again with a good Eugene Kettle. We're waiting for a number 21 away through there, just dropping back even further, 8.3 seconds now. So the leaders back at the hairpin, the last lap flag being ready. And it looks like Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald have actually closed that gap again. The last time was 1.7 seconds. Oh, more slower riders here. So Lynch and McDonald can be in with a chance of this one. Can they get past before Deaders? No, they have to shut off. And that's opened that gap even further. So this looks like Dylan Lynch in this. Derek Lynch can do anything. Something spectacular on this lap. I think this is Dylan's race. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash. Again, Tony Willis and Ian Harron closing that gap. But I think it was for the slower riders again. 2.8 seconds is now down to. And I think he'll struggle to do anything on this lap. So leaders through the chicane, back out on the back straight. And just look at Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. So that gap still pushing hard. I think that gap is more or less opening up still from Tony Willis. Just struggling with that bigger machine again. But out on the start and finish straight then, Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. What a win! Oh, over the moon! Rogers punching the seat. Derek Lynch and Anton McDonald had to settle for second place. And we wait for Terry O'Reilly. That's Kennedy and George and Colin away through there. Here we go. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash squirmed their way past the start and finish, taking the checker flag for the last step of the podium. Tony Willis and Ian Harron again just opening up that gap. He settled for fourth place. Number 77, Jeff Hickey and Trevor Black. So we had Philly Newton then. Philly Newton. That's Dara Keaton punching the air as he crosses the line. And what a sight this is. Just down below us here, Corey McGreevy will be riding Norman Brown's RG 500. What an honour. So he's warming up. I must ask him after this what it felt like. He's just getting used to the levers and whatnot, but the rest of the sidecar's coming through there. So that RG 500 of Norman Brown was out for the first time at the Classic Bike Festival last year. And don't forget the Classic Bike Festival again this year, 7th, 8th and 9th of August. So get yourselves there. I promise it is a phenomenal meeting. And you can see more machines like this out. Jeff McMullen there as well. So Jeff McMullen has had his fair share of 500s. So Corey McGreevy is going to do a lap here if all marshals can please stay at their posts. And he's going to do a lap in honour of Norman Brown on his RG 500 Suzuki that he raced the Grand Prix. And again, just watching the temperature of that machine. And they have to be very temperamental. But here we go again then. Corey getting that 500 up and going. We're trying to get it to go. So we might need to get the wheel pushed here. She wants to fire nearly there. Pull the clutch in. Here we go then. So Corey McGreevy and Norman Brown's RG 500 Suzuki. So just hearing there that Corey is getting 2 laps on this iconic machine. I'm pretty sure this machine, I think he raced this machine at Ascent. Where he got a 12th for the first time. Corey in through the chicane. And the puff of blue 2-stroke smoke coming out of the back of it. And out onto, just listen to this machine. Braking for the hairpin then. And again, just that wee bit, a wee blip as he lets the throttle, or lets the clutch out and goes down the gears just to allow the oil in around the pistons again. So a lot of young ones unfortunately wouldn't know you have to ride 2 strokes a bit differently. So there he goes through. I'm sure he feels strange riding that, but what an honour. I must ask him what it's like to ride a real race bike. I don't think he'll take that too well. Whoosh. I think he's getting used to it now. He's just starting to open it up ever so slightly. And he's braking that wee bit later. He'll come back down towards us here. Lovely sounding machine. This is obviously the Hector deal, the 500 Suzuki. So Hector had Norman ride this machine 1982. And he rode the 250s and 350s, and of course he had his, I think originally he had his first race win here at Kirkistown as well. So it's great to have the Norman Brown Trophy Memorial races here, where he did take his first race win. And I was hoping that Robin was going to allow it to go out on track. And when I seen him with the rollers, I had my fingers crossed, please, let someone ride this. If I speak nicely to him, I might be allowed out on it. He's ignoring me now. So what a great sight it is to see his machine back out on track, and no one better to jockey it round than Corey McGreevy. So that machine coming back. Of course, you can come and see it. You can view the machine, and I'm sure Robin would be happy with that. Indeed, take photographs, and he's got all the history. Are you doing 2 laps? Just the 1 lap, Robin. So the machine coming back in. Yes, please come and see this iconic machine. And of course, the 7th, 8th and 9th of August, you can see many other machines like this, but this is definitely one of a kind. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on lunch break. And again, don't forget, please let all track personnel, all officials, get a wee bite to eat first, and we can get them back on post for more racing. First up then, after lunch, is the SBT Ireland, the Norman Brown Memorial Trophy races. That's over 12 laps, so if you can get yourselves ready pretty soon. Mark along his lunch break. So we'll just wait for confirmation of when everyone has to be back on their posts. Commentary to race control. You can get yourselves ready for then and into the holding area. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hope you all enjoyed your lunch break, but we're ready to go once again here at Kirkistown. So if the remainder of the Superbike machines could make their way to the holding area, please. That's the Superbike machines to the holding area. We also have a call for Ocean Walsh. Ocean Walsh, please make his way to the base of the control tower. Ocean Walsh to the base of the control tower. And Mark Sanlon, go see Mark Sanlon, please. Super. Is that the phone? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome to Kirkistown for the Norman Brown Trophy races. And just down below us here, there's loads of people taking photographs of themselves with Norman's machine, the RG 500, glistening in the sun. And just before lunch, we had Corey McGreevy take it out for a couple of laps, and it was great to hear and see that machine back out on track. Next up then, race number 5 in your programmes. This is the SBT Ireland Norman Brown Memorial Trophy race. The Superbikes over 12 laps, and they're making their way to the holding area now. So the marshals and the paramedics, they seem to be all in position, and we're ready to go. So the remainder of the Superbikes, please make your way to the holding area, and you'll be out on track very soon. Carl Phillips again on pole for this one, but he didn't get it all his own way. Very close in behind him, Johnny Campbell. So Carl Phillips done a lap time of 55.001. Johnny Campbell a 55.013. Nothing in it at all. Aaron Spence qualified third, a 55.7. And both Jamie Lyons and Ryan Gibson and Jamie Lyons are both in the 55s. So it's going to be good, close, tight racing here. Track temperature 31.5 degrees. So there's nothing wrong with the weather today, and great racing so far. So again, the remainder of the Superbikes, please make their way to the holding area, and we can get this race underway. Few final checks, and the machines will be soon out on track. So again, any remaining Superbikes, if you can make your way to the holding area, please, for the Norman Brown Memorial Races. And remember, this is over 12 laps. So the tyre warmers come off the Superbikes. They get ready to go out on their warm-up lap. Remember, one warm-up lap. One warm-up lap, 12-lap race. Mark Hewitt away out there. Ryan Gibson. Ross Irwin hopefully has got that machine of theirs sorted. Remy Clark away out. Jamie Lyons, of course. And Carl Phillips. And Carl Phillips was... I was chatting to Carl over lunch break, and Carl was saying just how easy the bike is to ride. And he's definitely proven that this season. He says it's just effortless, but he's put in the work himself. He's strong, he's fit, he's never been as fitter. And he's feeling good, and the bike's feeling good. And if the whole package comes together, well, we'll see what happens in this race. But Carl Phillips is on pole from Johnny Campbell. Aaron Spence will line up in third. Ryan Gibson fourth. Fifth, Jamie Lyons. Sixth, Luke Jones. Mark Hewitt in seventh. Eighth, Alan Kenny. Ninth, Mark Conlon. 10th, Jimmy Johnson. 11th, and first of the Cup riders is Johnny Allen on the McKernahan Racing Machine. 12th is Jack Cadwell. 13th, Remy Clark. 14th, Alan McCaffrey. 15th, Ross Irwin. Ross Irwin experiencing some difficulties during qualifying on that Magic Bullet Ducati. I didn't get to the bottom of what it was, but hopefully they have, and hopefully he can get a good start here. Luke Jones. So here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back. And they're told to watch the lights. The revs go up, engage gear. Oh, and away they go. Great start there once again from Carl Phillips. But look at Aaron Spence. Aaron Spence on the inside. Through Deaders. I think that's Aaron Spence in the lead of this race. Oh, but not for long. Through Colonials then. Colonials 1, Colonials 2. That Fireblade got off the line like a rocket. You can see Aaron using his body weight, trying to wrestle the front end of that Fireblade back down onto the ground. And briefly into the lead, through the chicane then. Back out the other side is Carl Phillips in the lead from Johnny Campbell. Aaron Spence in third place, Ryan Gibson in fourth. Squeezing the brakes on that BMW, trying to get the better of Aaron Spence before the start and finish. But here they come then, Carl Phillips out onto the white line and a bit more. Johnny Campbell along with them. And Aaron Spence looking strong, looking smooth on that Fireblade. With Ryan Gibson in behind. Luke Jones, great start there from the SBT Ireland rider. Luke Jones up into 5th place. Jamie Lyons in 6th. Alan Kenny 7th. 8th, Ross Irwin. Mark Conlon in 9th. 10th, Jimmy Johnson. Jack Cadwell in 11th. First of the Cup riders, Johnny Allen in 12th. Remy Clark in 13th. 14th, Alan McCaffrey. And Mark Hewitt in 15th. Couldn't get that machine off the line. It sounded like it was near like a pit lane limiter was on that bike. But look at the lead. Carl Phillips is pulling away and continuing to pull away from Johnny Campbell. The gap last lap was 1.0 seconds. The bellow down towards us once again here. Carl Phillips. Across the line, Johnny Campbell, 55. Second from Johnny Campbell. Aaron Spence in third. Fourth, Ryan Gibson. Just struggling there. Gibson struggling to get past. Spence so close, a 0.1 gap now. Carl Phillips a 54.35 from Carl Phillips. He's on the move. And you're going to hear the back end of that BMW squirming about from underneath him. He can put the power on so early. Aaron Spence, Johnny Campbell. It looks like Aaron Spence is catching Johnny Campbell on the track. So the gap back to Campbell was 0.7 of a second. Here comes Phillips. Across the line, short shifting across the line. Johnny Campbell away through there. So the gap is now 0.8 back from Johnny Campbell to Aaron Spence. Just opening up that ever so slightly. Jamie Lyons in, holding off Alan Kenny, 6th and 7th place. And Ross Irwin up into 8th, a 56.6 for Ross Irwin on the Magic Bullet Ducati. Mark Hewitt is making headway now too, up into 10th place, a 57.7 there for Mark Hewitt on that last lap. Your leaders back at the chicane then. Carl Phillips. Again, just rolling off nice and early by the sounds of it there for Carl Phillips. He just hasn't maintained that gap. Posted the fastest lap last time round. In fact, the last time round I missed that one. So across the line then. Carl Phillips, faster again for Carl Phillips. Once again, an all-time new track record for Carl Phillips. A 54.051. He is on an absolute charger. And he's making short work of this one. Johnny Campbell still in that 2nd place from Aaron Spence. He's opening up that gap even further from Spence in 3rd place. Ross Irwin now up into 7th place now. So the red mist is down for Irwin as Carl Phillips is already past the pit lane cafe behind us with that new track record. Absolute phenomenal ride there from Phillips. Back round again on the start and finish straight. The bike is on absolute rails coming down past us here. Across the line then, Johnny Campbell. Jimmy Lyons up into 5th place now. Jimmy Lyons pushing that fire blade hard. And you can see the flames coming out of the back end of that blade. That was Mark Hewitt away through there. Mark Hewitt pushing hard through Deaders. His last lap was a 56.5 that time from Mark Hewitt. Carl Phillips already back out of the chicane. And they're all starting to concertina up now behind Johnny Campbell. So Aaron Spence ahead of Ryan Gibson, Jamie Lyons, and the Ducati of Luke Jones. So the Moto 3 machines, Moto 3 lightweight Supersport to the holding area. Moto 3 lightweight Supersport to the holding area. What a race they're having further back. This is the race for 3rd place, and at the minute it's Aaron Spence who's taking the spoils from Aaron Gibson and Jamie Lyons. Luke Jones just sitting back on the SBT Ireland Superbike, just waiting for something, waiting for a mistake. Carl Phillips in and out of the chicane just like that. So no Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell's went missing. It's Carl Phillips, Aaron Spence up into 2nd place, but not for long. Ryan Gibson taking the inside line at the hairpin. Does he make it? Does he get it stopped? No. Ryan Gibson runs wide, so Aaron Spence back up into 2nd place. Carl Phillips away through. That was a 55.555 that time. All the 5s for Phillip. And that mistake of Ryan Gibson has cost him. Jamie Lyons has got past now. Ross Irwin away through. Ross Irwin is on a charge here. A 56.5 that time for Ross Irwin. And the lap times keep coming down. He would have liked nothing up than to be up there with the front. That front group, that battle for 3rd place. So another call for the Moto 3 lightweight Supersport machines to the holding area, please. So Carl Phillips tipping into the hairpin, and the rest of them just coming out of the chicane. And Jimmy Lyons was looking away through on Oh, Aaron Spence, but Jamie, he's moved over to the left-hand side. He thinks better of it. And he allows Aaron to lead this race for one more lap. Oh, but look at the drive that Jamie Lyons gets. He's right on the back end. Ryan Gibson's machine spitting out flames in the face of Luke Jones, the number 80 machine, the SBT Ireland Ducati. Remy Clark, number 27 machine, still second in that cup class. Johnny Allen up into 10th place now as he crosses the line. Johnny Allen really motoring. Carl Phillips coming into some back markers, few slower riders, but I think he's got a good enough lead. Oh, Jamie Lyons now on Aaron Spence. So Aaron Spence, Jamie Lyons just lets the brake off ever so slightly, but he runs way wide. He nearly ended up in Portavogie. So he's had to pull over, and that's Jamie Lyons' race over, unfortunately. The battle for second place still continues with Ryan Gibson and Spence. Poor Jamie Lyons. Did he get back out onto the track? I don't think he did. So that's give Ryan Gibson a wee bit of a breather now. He's nearly guaranteed a podium, and there's Jamie Lyons away through now. So unfortunately, that's his race done. Johnny Allen away through on the McKernan Racing Yamaha. We'll keep an eye on Gibson and Spence. Coming down, that's Carl Phillips once again. 56.6 compared to his best, and the lap record of a 54.0. Ryan Gibson has finally got past Aaron Spence, and he's made it stick this time as he spits flames in his face. Down through into Colonials 1. Colonials 2. Oh, big move there from Mark Hewitt. Mark Hewitt on Mark Conlon by the looks of it there, through Deaders. Up the inside. Mark Hewitt really on a charge. His best time, a 55.9 from Mark Hewitt. Mark Conlon, a 56.3. Carl Phillips down the back straight. Jamie, that's Ryan Gibson. Then out of the chicane. Oh, so Aaron Spence has got caught up with some back markers, so that's allowed Luke Jones to close him down. Last lap time then. Carl Phillips. So Carl Phillips is in cruise control mode now. As Ryan Gibson across the line. Luke Jones is up into third place. So Luke Jones has got the better of Aaron Spence at the hairpin. And he's going to make the most of it. He has to try and get away. He has to get that gap. Oh, big move there. Again, Mark Hewitt mixed in the middle of that one. That looked like Ross Irwin just ahead of him then. So Mark Hewitt trying to get past Ross Irwin. Couldn't make it stick that time round, but the leader back down the back straight once again. Ryan Gibson looks like he's in a comfortable second place, and what a result this will be for Luke Jones if he can hold on to it at the hairpin. But here comes your leader on the Bell Bike Sport BMW Racing Machine. Carl Phillips takes the win, and another one for the book. Ryan Gibson in second place, but who's going to get third? Oh, Luke Jones just pipped Aaron Spence at the line. The number 80 machine on the SBT Ireland Ducati. What a well-deserved podium there for Luke. Aaron Spence had to settle for fourth place. So that's Alan Kenny. Mark Hewitt. Mark Hewitt then up into sixth place. No sign of Ross Irwin. No sign of Ross Irwin that time round. Oh, so it's a... So it's a red flag, unfortunately. So that the end of that race was red flagged. New lap record. So we'll keep an eye on that situation. But the winner of that was undoubtedly the man himself, Carl Phillips. taking the win, and again smashing his own lap record, a 54.051 for Carl Phillips. So that must, he's twice in that one race. So I think that must be the 5th time he's broke the lap record this year. So Ryan Gibson, great 2nd place there. Luke Jones in 3rd, 4th Aaron Spence, 5th was Alan Kenny, 6th was Mark Hewitt. And just so unfortunate for Jimmy Lyons. He had to make a move at some point at the hairpin, but he just couldn't. He just couldn't put it down. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll sort this out hopefully. It'll not take too long, and if we hear anything, we'll be sure to let you know. But up next, it's the Moto 3 Lightweight Supersport. This is over 10 laps, and that'll be followed by the Supersport Pro. That's race 7 in your programmes, but we'll concentrate on race 6 at the minute. And again, we are under a red flag, so please be patient. And if we hear anything, again, we'll get back to you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're more or less ready to go now. That got cleared up pretty quickly. So fair play to the marshals and the paramedics and everyone involved there at the chicane. So next up then, the Moto 3, the lightweight Supersport. This is race 6 in your programs. Again, a few last minute checks just being done in and around the circuit. And hopefully we can get things up and running here pretty shortly. So there's the klaxons been sounded then, and the tire warmers are being removed. Again, the Moto 3 lightweight Supersport machines. Again, over 10 laps. So one warm-up lap, 10-lap race. William Graham getting the front stand, taking off his Moto 3, and is about to kick into life then. So much compression on these V250 Hondas. You need to have the motor on the back of them, so the machines are out on track now. So the wheel, they spin the wheel up to about 30-40 miles an hour, and then they kick into life. No such problems for William Young, his V125 Honda. 2 steps and a dump of the clutch and away she goes. That's Gary Jordan then on his Moto 3 machine, the 250 Honda. And Jack Burrows, your pole sitter, away out for the warm-up lap. So on pole then, Jack Burrows from Kirkistown. Fantastic qualifying there for Kira this weekend. Fresh from entry. Very, very good, respectable results in entry as well. So he's getting the swing of that 600 and the Moto 3. Alfie Flynn then will line up in 3rd. 4th is William Graham. 5th is Gary Jordan. 6th is Matt Davison. 7th, William Young. Lightweight Supersport then, pole position, Reuben Sherman Boyd from Buster Sherman Boyd. So two brothers line up beside each other. Dale Hyland in 10th, or in 3rd, apologies. Hubert Tomaszewski 4th. Alana Maher in 5th. 6th is Johnny Parker. And 7th, Bailey Dobson. Kirkistown on her way down, scrubbing them tyres in. Of William Graham just shifting his body over to the right hand side of the bike so he can put his foot down. He's a perfect balance of machine and rider there. He's a proper build for one of these Moto 3 bikes. Jack Burrows and Kirkistown slightly taller, but they can push. They can maybe push that wee bit harder. So here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. A long, long wait again for them. With away they go. Oh, William Young struggling to get that machine off the line, but he's got the better of Gary Jordan. Lightweight Supersport machines then. The green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. Mark Salmon gets himself off the track. Revs go up and away they go. Here the machine just on the limiter there. What a start there. Reuben Sherman Boyd with another clicker of a start. And he gets the whole shot. Back to the chicane then. The Moto 3 machines. As Jack Burrows in the lead. This one, Alfie Flynn looks like he got a brilliant start there too. Alfie Flynn up into 2nd place, Kirkistown in 3rd. And that looks like William Graham in 4th place as they break into the hairpin. The lightweight Supersport machines coming out as you can. It is Reuben Sherman Boyd, but here comes the Moto 3s. There's Jack Burrows in the lead from Alfie Flynn, Kirkistown. And that's William Graham ahead of Gary Jordan and William Young. William Young struggling to get that wee Honda off the line there. The problem is with these Moto 3 4-stroke, thumping alongside you is hard to hear the wee 2-stroke machine. And it's just a matter of balancing that clutch. There's Reuben Sherman Boyd leading the lightweight Supersport. Buster Sherman Boyd then in 2nd place. Hubert Tomaszewski in 3rd. Dale Hyland 4th. 5th, Alana Maher. 6th is Bailey Dobson. And Johnny Parker in 7th. Jack Burrows miles ahead now. Oh, but look at Kirkistown on Alfie Flynn. Kirkistown looking like she's in the slipstream of Alfie Flynn. But Alfie just pulling away ever so slightly down that back straight. Kirkistown makes it all back up again on the brakes into the hairpin. So it looks like there's no catching Jack Burrows in this one. So he got across the line then. Alfie Flynn with Kirkistown tucked right in behind him, 0.3 of a second. The gap is William Graham starting to pull away from Gary Jordan now as well. The gap is up to half a second from Gary Jordan. William Young on the 125 Honda. Reuben Sherman Boyd then, the lightweight Supersport machine. He's doing the business this year once again. And the number 71 machine. Hubert Tomaszewski. Buster Sherman Boyd, his younger brother, slots into that 2nd place. And he's got a good gap back to Tomaszewski, 1.2 seconds. So Hubert, he's had a couple of offs this weekend already. But hopefully he can get this one in the bag. The Moto 3 machines making their way back down towards us. Jack Burrows miles ahead of everyone else. Oh, the battle's on for 2nd place. Kirkistown right back with Alfie Flynn again. 0.1 of a second, but they're a further 9.8, nearly 10 seconds back on Jack Burrows. So Kirkistown again, just trying to make a move up the inside at Colonials, but she thinks better of it, and that's Alfie Flynn do his own thing out in front. Jack Burrows exiting the chicane. And the rest of them, so we're just waiting. Oh, Alfie Flynn, under pressure now. Kirkistown trying to go up the inside and round the outside of the chicane, but she's not able to make any of it stick. She has to get tucked into the slipstream. Look at Alfie Flynn pulling away from Kirkistown on that Moto 3 machine. Slightly shorter build of Alfie Flynn. It seems to be working for him. So another call for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. Supersport Pro to the holding area. So Alfie Flynn, he's not getting it all his own way here. Kirkistown putting a lot of pressure on him. And William Graham's holding off Gary Jordan really well there, 0.6 of a second. As Ruben Sherman Boyd already up with the Moto 3, so he's still leading the lightweight Supersport. We wait for Buster. Buster Sherman Boyd, as Hubert Tomaszewski has got the better of Buster Sherman Boyd this time round. So the two of them, he's found nearly a second on that last lap. Hubert Tomaszewski a 105.0. Buster's last lap was a 106.1. So that's where all the time came from. Slightly slower. So Hubert Tomaszewski's starting to bite the screen and he's pushing hard. The Moto 3 machines. Oh, something wrong there. Gary Jordan's machine misfiring. So Gary Jordan popping and banging down the back straight. Something seriously wrong with that wee machine. Alfie Flynn still ahead of Kirkistown. Ruben Sherman Boyd then. He's makes short work of Gary Jordan. That machine sounds a wee bit better this time round, but it definitely wasn't well as he was going down the back straight. So Jack Burrows down the back straight once again. A 101.9 is his best time so far for Jack Burrows. He's backed it off ever so slightly. A 102.1. Johnny Parker away through, across the line. He's currently 7th in the lightweight Supersport. As Jack Burrows crosses the line once again. That was a 102.3. He's starting to pace himself. We wait for Alfie Flynn and Kirkistown. Coming out of the hairpin. They're basically side by side coming out of the hairpin, but it's still Alfie Flynn from Kirkistown. So another call for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. Supersport Pro to the holding area as Ruben Sherman Boyd, he's starting to enjoy himself now in this one. Still leading the lightweight Supersport. Alfie Flynn still ahead of Kirkistown, but only just. So look back down towards the chicane. We wait for, Kira is right on Alfie now. Alfie Flynn can't shake her at all as they go through the chicane. Kirkistown running a wee bit wide on the axle of the chicane there. But she's got good drive this time round. Even in the slipstream, she's not able to pull any ground over Alfie Flynn. Jack Burrows across the line. Fastest lap again for Burrows. A 101.9 that time. So he's still pushing. Jack Burrows out to prove a point here. Kirkistown again. They're neck and neck across the line. 0.2 of a second is the gap back to Kirkistown. We'll go through Colonials 1 and Colonials 2. You can see through there, through Fisherman's, and on the entrance to the chicane, that is where Kirkistown makes up all her ground. But Jack Burrows nearly 11 seconds in the lead. As we keep a close eye on him, we have a coming down towards us. Ruben Sherman Boyd. There's Jack Burrows in the Moto 3. So Burrows leading the Moto 3 from Alfie Flynn and Kirkistown. 4th place is William Graham. 5th place is Gary Jordan. 6th place is William Young. Lightweight Supersport then, Ruben Sherman Boyd at the minute from Hubert Tomaszewski. Buster Sherman Boyd. 4th place, Dale Hyland. 5th, Bailey Dobson. 6th, Alana Maher. And Johnny Parker in 7th. Ruben Sherman Boyd across the line then. Still Ciara Cahoon. She could be just waiting for a move for the last lap as your leader's already braking for the hairpin. Jack Burrows. He'll be getting the last lap flag this time round. But again, Ciara and Alfie. Ciara's not giving up in this one. Again, Ciara with that wide exit coming out of the chicane. It didn't work for her that time. Alfie Flynn seems to have pulled away that wee bit. So the last lap flag is out then. Another call, Supersport Pro please to the holding area. Supersport Pro to the holding area. Johnny Parker on the Parker Transport Racing Machine, but here they come. Alfie still ahead of Ciara, only just. Ciara's struggling with the speed of that machine. Just doesn't have anything left. Wait for the leader. The leader at the hairpin already. That was a 102.8 was his fastest lap. Gary Jordan, that wee bike seems to be working well for him now. Lap times are starting to come down again. But here he is then. Jack Burrows. Burrows engineer. Moto 3 machine takes the win. Now it's just a matter of waiting for that's Dale Hyland in 4th place in the lightweight Supersport. So again, coming out on the start and finish straight. This is what it's all about. Oh, it's Alfie Flynn. Alfie Flynn's going to take it. Alfie Flynn across the line. Takes that second from Ciara Cahoon. Ruben Sherman Boyd wins the lightweight Supersport class. Hubert Tomaszewski, Buster Sherman Boyd. Tomaszewski, 2nd place over Buster. Here they come then. That's Gary Jordan across the line. Alana Maher. Dale Hyland. Jack Burrows. Winner of the Moto 3s from Alfie Flynn and Ciara Cahoon. Gary Jordan in 4th. 5th was William Young. 6th was William Graham. Just dropped off on that last lap. Lightweight Supersport then, Ruben Sherman Boyd taking the win from Hubert Tomaszewski. 6th was Buster Sherman Boyd. Or 3rd was Buster Sherman Boyd, he was 6th on the road. Dale Hyland 4th, 5th was Bailey Dobson, Alana Maher in 6th, and 7th was Johnny Parker. So getting the all clear around the circuit once again. Next up then, the Supersport Pro machines. And again, this is over 10 laps. So the klaxon is sounded and the teams start taking the tire warmers off. Christian Elkin there. New helmet design there for Elky. Don't think he was wearing that earlier on. Brings a bit of colour to it, doesn't it? The second klaxon then. The machines get ready. It's meant to be. So that's Ducati getting warmed up. It's Adam Brown away out. Ross Moore, Robert Waddell. Ross Martin, number 100 on that Ducati. Lovely machine. Kirkistown jumping off the Moto 3 machine onto a Supersport 600. And again, it'll feel weird for the warm-up lap, maybe the first lap. Paul Crancy. Way out there, just getting himself settled. A wee stretch. Legs off the pegs. The pole sitter for this one then, Corey McGreevy. Christian Elkin in second. Adam Brown in third. Fourth is Ross Moore. Fifth, Robert Waddell. Sixth, Ross Martin. Seventh lines up Ruben Sherman Boyd, again jumping off that lightweight Supersport machine. And onto the 600 Supersport machine. Rob McCauley in 8th. 9th is Jamie Johnson. 10th is Alex Duncan. First of the Cup riders in 11th is Francesco Ferraldo. Second of the Cup riders, Alex O'Grady. Third of the Cup riders, Joey Hennessy. New machinery this weekend for Joey, the Parker Transport Racing R6 Yamaha. He lines up in 13th. 14th, fourth of the Cup riders, Jimmy Dixon. Keep an eye on Jimmy. Once he gets woken up, he'll be up the pointy end there of the Cup riders, no doubt. Simon McCulloch then lines up 15th. Evan Larkin 16th. 17th, Mark Camlin. Kyle Martin 18th. 19th, Christian Boyles. And David Creeth rounds up the top 20. Adam Brown just checking his steering damper there, making sure it's set up correctly. But the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. Oh, nearly a jump start there for Ross Moore, but away we go. And again, a long, long wait for the lights. Oh, look at Paul Cranson moving over there at the back of the grid. What a great start there for Corey McGreevy and Christian Elkin. Ross Moore was left behind there. He went to go, he stopped, he shook his head, and he lost a bit of time off the line, heading for the chicane then. As he come through, back out onto the back straight. So it's Corey McGreevy. Corey McGreevy in the lead, this one from Christian Elkin. Adam Brown. So Adam Brown at the hairpin. Pushing hard on the brakes. Oh, Corey McGreevy across the line. Christian Elkin, what a start there for Ross Martin. Up into 4th place for Ross Martin. Robert Waddell in 5th. Francesco Ferraro, what a start there for Francesco. Up into 6th place for the Cup rider. But Corey McGreevy off with a rocket of a start. Christian Elkin, I'm not sure whether there's a yellow flag waving there at the chicane, so we do have to slow ever so slightly. But on the way out, they're getting the power down nice and early. McGreevy, Elke, Adam Brown going well there in third place. Remember, that is a stock 600 that Adam Brown is riding. Adam Brown going really well there in that third place. But here is McGreevy. Corey McGreevy across the line at 57.0 for McGreevy. Adam Brown at 58.6. Very respectable time there. Jesco Ferraro back down to 7th place. Just Ross Moore after that woeful start that Ross Moore had. The red mist is down and he's starting to bite back. Robert Waddell is just ahead of him. The number 168 machine. Robert Waddell, he's had a brilliant weekend so far. Through the chicane then, you can hear that ZX6 machine screaming for grip as the back tyre puts some rubber down onto the track. So the gap back to Christian Elgin last time was 1.7 seconds. And surely he's pulled that even further. Adam Brown a further 2.7 back on Christian Elgin. So the gap's up to 2.2 now. Again, Corey McGreevy with the fastest lap at 56.5 as he crosses line. Oh, Francesco looking strong. He's in 7th there at the minute, but I think he just got the better of Robert Waddell, the four deaders, using the power of that Ducati. So Francesco Ferraro living in the Isle of Man and travelling over here each weekend to race in the Ulster Super Bike Championship with a Bell Bike Sport BMW machines. Corey McGreevy still pulling away. Christian Elgin looks really comfortable on that Ducati, and he could be up for a nice comfortable second place here, but very, very impressed with Ross Martin still holding on to that 4th place. Ross Moore just in behind him now, so Ross Moore got the better of Robert Waddell on that last lap. Adam Brown across the line. Look at Ross Moore on Ross Martin. Ross Moore moves over to the right hand side. Ross Martin seems to have better torque with that Ducati, but he's just struggling a wee bit on the brakes, so the Honda seems to be handling that wee bit better than the Ducati of Ross Martin. Alex Duncan across the line there on the Magic Bullet Ducati. As your leaders again, Corey McGreevy posting the fastest lap that last time of 56.3 once again for McGreevy. Christian Elgin still pushing. His best was a 57.1, and that's what he was doing on his last lap. He's looking at the lap times on this Ducati. Getting a wee bit upset there down the front straight. Adam Brown right out in the white line. Look at Ross Martin. He's starting to pull away now. Ross Martin with that group behind him. No sign of Ross Moore. So no sign of Ross Moore on this lap. And a great battle further back. Joey Hennessy, Mark Cameron, Christian Boyle, Jamie Dixon in that group. Evan Larkin away through there. That's Jamie Johnson and Keir Cahoon. So again, Corey McGreevy making this look easy as he continues to pull away from Christian Elgin. 3.9 seconds was the gap last time round. So a call for race number 8. The McKinstry Transport Super Twin, Production Twin and Pre-Injection machines to the holding area. Christian Elgin starting to settle down now. He's starting to pace himself. He's going to settle for this second place. But Ross Martin isn't settling for this 4th. He wants that last step of the podium, and he's still chasing down Adam Brown. So Ross Martin's last lap was a 58.6. Adam Brown's last lap was a 58.8. So he might have settled for that 3rd place. He might just start pacing himself, but he doesn't know that Ross Martin is still pushing that Ducati to the limit, and he wants that podium. So another call then for the McKinstry Transport Super Twin, Production Twin and pre-injection race to the Houghton area. Corey McGreevy. Again, what's the gap this time round? It's up to 5.6 seconds. So Corey McGreevy pulling like a train in this Supersport race. Look at Ross Martin. So Ross Martin, that's his personal best lap so far, 58.4. Adam Brown at 58.6. So Adam Brown is going to have to push him. He's going to have to see a pit board or two, although he might make a mistake. Evan Larkin away through there on the Kawasaki number 153 machine. He's in 15th at the minute. But your leader past the pit lane cafe behind us here. And a lonely race for Christian Alkin. He would have wanted to be up there elbow to elbow with Corey McGreevy. But Adam Brown on the back straight then. Adam Brown. Unbeknownst to him, Ross Martin is hunting him down. And he doesn't have that much time left to do anything about Brown here at the minute. That Ducati he's got on well with it. Rob McCauley going with him as well. So Rob McCauley with a 58.3. So he's ever so slightly quicker than Ross Martin, but he's still tucked in behind him. Joey Hennessy still ahead, but only just hang on. Christian Boyles tries to go up the inside of Hennessy through Deaders. So Hennessy getting on well with this Parker transport machine. So the last lap flag will be getting readied as Corey McGreevy makes his way out of the hairpin. Back down towards his end as he hammers that ZX6 through the gears. 56.4 that time round. Paul Cranston across the line then. Christian Alkin in behind. Christian Alkin rolling off that Ducati. Just wants to finish this race. And move on to the next one. Gathering these points. But look at Ross Martin. He's in the slipstream now of Adam Brown. He's going to use the power of that Ducati. If he can get past him and stay past him. Easier said than done. Ross Martin through Colonials 1 and 2. We'll try and keep an eye on the leader as well. Corey McGreevy down the back straight then. One eye on McGreevy, one eye on Ross Martin. Still just in behind Adam Brown. Adam Brown holding him off, but Ross Martin can use the power of the Ducati down the back straight, but it's getting it stopped at the hairpin, and this man had no issues with that. Your winner across the line, Corey McGreevy. Another one in the bag, and what a start. He's feeling comfortable on that Kawasaki. Christian Alkin, a lonely second place there, but a second place it is. Oh, it's so close at the line. Adam Brown holding off Ross Martin across the line. 0.1 of a second. Absolutely nothing in it. One more lap. He was praying for one more lap, but what a result there for Ross Martin. Rob McCauley in fifth. Second place, Robert Riddell, and a whole gaggle of riders going through there. Francesco Ferraldo, winner of the Cup class, he finishes in 7th place. Ruben Sherman Boyd in 8th. 9th and 2nd the Cup class, Alex O'Grady. 10th, Jimmy Dixon. 11th, Simon McCulloch. 12th, Joey Hennessy. He finishes up 4th in the Cup class. Mark Tomlin, 5th in the Cup class. 13th. 14th was Evan Larkin. 6th in the Cup class. 15th was Jimmy Dixon. 16th, Owen McGlynn. 17th, Kirkistown. 18th, Christian Boyles. 19th, Paul Cranston. And unfortunately, Alex Duncan didn't seem to finish that one. But a great result there for, very impressive, Ross Martin. New machinery for him this season. And he's took to it like a duck to water. And he's making it work for him. Next up then, the McKinstry Transport Super Twin, Production Twin, and the pre-injection machines up next. So the klaxon is sounded. Nicky Burns doing a lap there, but trying something out, but it's not working for him. He seems to be pulling in. Unfortunately, whatever they tried on that motorcycle hasn't worked. And he's pulled in just at dadders there. So again, new machinery. And sometimes these things happen. Johnny Campbell getting a lap 2 on the Superbike. He had a spill in the first race. Oh, and he doesn't seem to be... Oh, I thought there was something wrong with the bike. But he just seemed to have stalled it. Maybe get the L plates up next time. He won't mind me saying that. That's the McKinstry Transport Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Pre and Jackson machines, remember, out on track. Chris Nelgan just stepping off his Supersport machine and running down to get onto the Super Twin. And the same with Waddell. Again, cutting it fine there with that one, but it'll more than likely work in their favour. As Nicky Burns makes his way back up through the centre of the paddock on his Suzuki. Again, just didn't want to take the rev. I remember the Suzuki's being a wee bit temperamental with the fuel filters in the tanks used to clog. So the riders, majority of them making their way back round again, but Chris Nelgan will be on pole for this one. With Kyle Cross in second, Conor McDonald in third, fourth will line up Robert Waddell. Of course, Conor McDonald first of the Pre and Jackson machines. Dean McMaster just in behind Robert Waddell, lines up in fifth. Stephen Love lines up in sixth, second of the Pre and Jackson. Seventh is Ross Moore. Trevor Elliott, third of the Pre and Jacksons, lines up eighth. Fourth of the Pre and Jacksons is Johnny Irwin. He lines up in ninth. And 10th, fifth of the Pre and Jacksons, Richard Armstrong. First of the Production Twins then is Alexander Rowan from Stephen McKeown. Vincent Long sandwiched in between McKeown and Kyle Martin, and Ocean Walsh there lines up fourth of the Production Twins, 15th on the road. But here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. There's paperwork flying everywhere in here. But here we go. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, Conor McDonald struggling to keep the front end down of that Pre and Jackson 600 machine. Didn't quite get through in the whole shot there. A glimmer of white, perhaps Kyle Cross, but we'll know better when they start to come back down towards us then. So into Fisherman's then, and pouring out towards the chicane. Keep a close eye on cameras there. It looks like Kyle Cross, and it is Kyle Cross. Kyle Cross leading this Super Twin race. Oh, poor Dean McMaster seems to be going backwards once again down the back straight, just lacking that wee bit of torque on that RNI Super Twin. Back out on the start and finish straight then for the first time in this race. Kyle Cross leading over Christian Elgin. Christian Elgin just pulling his head up through. Oh, big move there. That's Trevor Elliott and Dean McMaster. Trevor Elliott and Dean McMaster at it neck and neck through Deaders. Conor McDonald sandwiched in between with Stephen Love and Johnny Irwin. They disappear behind the trees once again and back towards the chicane. It's Christian Elgin then has got the better of Kyle Cross. So Elgin, Cross, Dean McMaster then back up into third place for Dean McMaster. So he's outdone them on the brakes. between Colonials and Fisherman's. Colonials so tricky, especially in one of these machines. They're so torquey on the exit of it, you have to short shift to get the most out of it. But Algie starting to pull away already from Kyle Cross, 0.4 of a second, but he's making it work for him. Dean McMaster up in the third, Conor McDonald leading the pre-injection 600 from Stephen Love and Trevor Elliott. So the three of them on track together, chasing their own championships. And the production twins then, Alexander Rowan across the line, he's leading the production twins from Stephen McKeown. A wee bit of a gap now back to Stephen McKeown. Kyle Martin in third. And Ocean Walsh in fourth. But the leaders back at the hairpin. Kyle Cross. Oh, Christian Elgin goes way wide. Christian Elgin outbreaking himself, so Kyle Cross back up the inside, back into the lead. And Elgie's given himself an awful lot of work to do, but Kyle Cross has to get the hammer down. He has to bite the screen. Trevor Elliott. Oh, Trevor Elliott. I thought he was going to try and make a move up the inside of Stephen Love there through Debtors. Conor McDonald still leading the way in the pre-injection, but Christian Elgin just a wee bit too keen on the brakes, and that's allowed Kyle Cross to pull away. Oh, Christian Elgin still behind Dean McMaster, so he's not able to get past Dean McMaster on that lap. Coming out of the chicane, can he use the power of that machine? He opens up the taps of the Aprilia and makes easy work of Dean McMaster. McMaster's machine seems to be seriously lacking some power down the back straight. He has to do all the hard work on the brakes and mid-corner. But Kyle Cross then. Kyle Cross is in trouble now. Christian Elgin, fastest lap, a 59.1. There from Kyle, nearly 4 seconds faster, 0.4 seconds faster than Kyle Cross on that lap. So he's starting to hunt him down. Three Fishermen's then, you can see the gap close right down now. Christian Elgin is on the push. Elgin trying everything to get past. Get the power on nice and early then. Heading back towards the hairpin. Corey McGreevy was the man in the Supersport. But I think Christian Elgin, he's going to make short work here of Kyle Cross very, very soon. 59.5 from Kyle Cross. Christian Elgin, a 58.6 from Christian Elgin. He's absolutely on a charge here. And then back down through Colonials, reeling him in. Dean McMaster, the gap back to McMaster, 1.8 of a second. Oh, Elgin tries to get the better at the chicane. For Kyle Cross holds him off. Again, look at the power of their brilliant Christian Elgin. So much speed in that machine. Of course, Elgin does a lot of his own work, a lot of his dyno work. Oh, Kyle Cross! Oh, Kyle Cross redone him on the brakes. So Cross lets the brakes off, and he repays the favour. So back in the lead, but not for long. Christian Elgin, they're side by side going in down. Kyle Cross had to move over the left hand side and had to let him go. But he's going to get a tow with Elgin now. Surely Kyle Cross can hold on to the back end of Christian Elgin. Leading the production twins then. Away through Alexander Rowan. Fencing long just in behind. Stephen McKeown dropping back ever so slightly there. So Stephen McKeown out in his own now, but he's in a comfortable second place as we wait for Kyle Martin. That's Ocean Walsh then up into third from Kyle Martin in fourth. Ocean Walsh making the most of this weather here, and he'll be pleased with that podium finish for the production twins. Again, breaking into the hairpin. There's Conor McDonald on a charge, still leading the Brian Jackson class. So another call for the Superbike Cup and Supersport Cup to the holding area. Superbike Cup and Supersport Cup to the holding area. Look back towards chicane. So Kyle Cross is still with Elkie, heading towards the hairpin. On the brakes, Kyle Cross so good on the brakes here at the hairpin, and he closes Christian Elkin back up. So Christian Elkin isn't getting his own way here. Back on the start and finish straight. Kyle Cross tries to tuck into the slipstream of Christian Elkin, but he's just no match for the power of that Aprilia of Elkie as they head back towards Colonials. Oh, they're coming in the slower riders. Christian Elkin had to try and go round the outside of the slower rider, so Kyle Cross is right back with him now. Kyle Cross, Christian Elkin, they're side by side going into Fisherman's, but Elkie rides round the outside. Exit Fisherman's, it's still Elkie, but Kyle Cross, that gives him a huge advantage in through the chicane. Back out the other side then, it's still Elkie, but Cross, he has to get the power down, he has to get tucked in behind Christian Elkin. He needs that slipstream, otherwise he's a sitting duck. Oh, on the brakes again. He couldn't make it work for him, but he couldn't get it stopped. And it's still Elkie. Last lap time then. Oh, the speed of that bike of Christian Elkin's is something else compared to what should be an identical machine in behind him. Conor McDonald still ahead, nearly 3.5 seconds ahead of Stephen Love that time round. Trevor Elliott and stuck in behind Stephen Love. He wants to try and make a move pretty quickly here. Alexander Rowan still leading the production twins. But again, your leaders at the chicane getting held up by the slower riders on this last lap. This could make or break this for Christian Elkin. Kyle Cross, he has to do something. He's going to make a move on the brakes. Christian Elkin's going defensive. Kyle Cross has the inside line, but he's not able to get it stopped. Can he pull it back to the apex of the hairpin? Oh, it's Christian Elkin emerges on the start and finish straight across the line and takes another win for the Bell Bike Sport B&W Racing Team. Kyle Cross had to settle for that second place, and what a result there for Dean McMaster. A lonely one, but he'll take that third place. Conor McDonald takes the win in the Brian Jackson class, and across, that was a close one across the line, but Stephen Love was able to hold off Trevor Elliott for second place. Ross Moore then across the line in seventh. He's fourth in the Super Twins. Johnny Oren and Richard Armstrong eighth and ninth. So again, another call for the Superbike Cup and Supersport Cup to the holding area. So Christian Elkin takes the win in the Super Twins from Kyle Cross and Dean McMaster. Fourth place was Ross Moore. In the Brian Jackson class then, Conor McDonald takes the spoils. Stephen Love in second and Trevor Elliott in third, but only just fourth. Then was Johnny Irwin. Fifth was Richard Armstrong. Vincent Long in sixth. And the production twins, Stephen McCune, took the win in the production twins. It was looking like Alexander Rowan had it in the bag, but it looked like a mistake on that last lap. So Stephen McCune did it right. He sat back, he waited, he was patient, and it worked out for him. Taking the win, Kyle Martin in second. Great result there for young Kyle. Ocean Walsh in third. Fifth was Matthew Watson. Dave Liddy in sixth. David Scott then fourth of the production twins. Davy Chambers 5th of the production twins, and Jack Finlay 6th of the production twins. So next up then, Superbike Cup and Supersport Cup. If the majority is can make, the rest is make the way to the holding area. And you will be on track any second now. A few last minute checks around the track, and we're ready to go. So the last klaxon is sounded then, and the machines are out on the track. Gary Jordan away out there. The two Bell Bike Sport machines. Young Sammy Laffins. Joining us here under the sun. So on pole position then, Scott Clements from Cahill Gallagher. They had a great race the first time round. Ryan McElroy in third, fourth Harry McAleese. Michael Press in fifth, sixth William Young, seventh Jonathan Gregory, eighth Gary Jordan, ninth Amandas Monteves, and 10th.
Exactly.
So there you go. So the Cup class, Superbike Cup, Supersport Cup, ready to go in this one. And the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. Oh, and away they go. Another long wait there for the lights to go off. Great start there for Cahill Gallagher. But again, Scott Clements just going backwards, just struggling to get that R1 off the line. It was the long wait for the lights. So through the chicane then for the first time. And Tarn back out onto the back straight. And it is indeed, it's Gallagher. By the looks of it, it looks like Gallagher. He's in the lead of this one. That could be Ryan McElroy up there as well, number 919. So the number plates indicating newcomers as well, starting with the number 9. But it is Gallagher, it's Ryan McElroy in behind Johnny Gregory with a good start there. Michael Press, Amandas Monteves, and Scott Clements in 6th place. Harry McAleese in 7th. 8th is Robert Toner. Gary Jordan in 9th. Horton Bell in 10th. Kane Bell in 11th. And Chris Simpson in 12th place as they head back towards Fisherman's. And they have to get this absolutely right here because Cathal Gallagher is under pressure. As we'll look for, Scott Clements trying to squeeze up the inside there. The chicane, has he made it stick? He has indeed. So Scott Clements getting the better of Harry McAleese on the entrance of the chicane. He uses the power of that R1 Yamaha. I think that could have actually been Michael Press there. Press up the inside again, but he runs wide. Scott Clements, is he able to tuck back in underneath him as he gets the power down? He does indeed. 2-1 for Scott Clements, up into 3rd place. But Cathal Gallagher with the fastest lap at 1 minute point 5. Ryan McElroy at 101.2. Scott Clements at 1 minute point 9. He's got the pace. He has to start chasing them down. If he can get that, another win in the bag. Michael Press in 4th. Jonathan Gregory in 5th. Amantas Monteves 6th. 7th Harry McAleese. 8th Gary Jordan. So again, back at the chicane, it's still Gallagher. Gallagher's starting to pull away now from McElroy. But Scott Clements is reeling McElroy in, hands over fist here. He's going to close him right. He doesn't even have to wait for the brakes. Can he get it stopped at the hairpin? He was using the slipstream there of McElroy. Sometimes he can draw you in and you can outbrake yourself, but he's made it stick up into 2nd place now for Scott Clements. The red mist is surely down now. Scott Clements with the fastest lap of 59.3. Cathal Gallagher at 59.8. So Scott Clements has the pace to win this race. He just has to claw that bit of a gap back. The gap was 1.5 seconds that time round. As Ryan McElroy demoted to 3rd place, but he's still leading the Supersport Cup. Michael Press in there 4th place, just in behind. He's following through, so he's made up a couple of places on that last lap. So the gap, remember, 1.5 seconds back on Gallagher. Surely it's closed down this time as he's reeling him in, getting well tucked in behind the screen on that bike. McElroy's under pressure from Michael Press now. The gap was 0.5 seconds the last time, but we're back concentrating on the leaders. Remember, 1.5, and it's visibly down now. Across the line, Scott Clements with the fastest lap once again. 0.8 seconds down, back on Gallagher, a 59.2 as he crosses the line. Jonathan Gregory holding strong there in that 5th place from Harry McAleese. Dropping back even further, 3.8 seconds back on Jonathan Gregory. Remember, he's on a Supersport machine. He just doesn't have the legs on these 200 plus horsepower Superbikes. Amantas Monteves then up into 8th place. Robert Toner 9th, 10th. William Young. So out of the chicane then, back out on the start, or the back straight. Trying to get tucked in behind. And Scott Clements just sitting up really early, but he leaves the brakes a wee bit later. As he goes, reels him even further in. Scott Clements, surely this is another faster lap. He's right on the coattails of Gallagher now. And surely Gallagher will be able to hear that thundering R1 Yamaha in behind him. Scott Clements with the 58.8, fastest lap again for Clements. So another call for the Moto 1 class to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. As we look back towards the leaders, so Scott Clements still right with him. He's trying to go round the outside of the chicane, and he's made it stick. He rode round the outside of Gallagher on the entrance of the chicane. That's exactly what he's needed. So Gallagher, he's going to get the head down now. Can he claw anything back? Clements already with a bit of a gap. As he breaks for the hairpin, Clements has got this R1 down to a T. So he's got used to it pretty quickly here, and he loves standing it on its front to get it stopped at that hairpin. That was a 59.2 that time from Clements. And Jonathan Gregory up into 4th place now. No sign of McElroy that time round. No sign of McElroy. He seems to have dropped back off. He's dropping down the timing screens here, so it's unfortunate there for Ryan McElroy. But Harry McAleese then, everyone promoted up from Jonathan Gregory. Harry McAleese up into 5th now. Gary Jordan up into 6th. Amandas Monteves 7th. 8th William Young. 9th Robert Toner. Chris Simpson 10th. Kane Bell 11th. 12th is Carton Bell. Jamie Sloan. Loris Britton in 14th. 15th is Declan Harley. So the last lap flag is being readied in this one. Gary Jordan on that wee R6 Yamaha looking really smart. And look at the gap back from Clements now, 1.6 seconds. So the last lap flag out now. Clements, burn, no mistakes. Has this one in the bag. So the Moto 1 machines, please make your way to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. So further back, Chris Simpson just in behind Robert Toner there. And Barry Gaston. At the back of that group, just behind Declan Harley. So Scott Clements down the back straight then, breaking into the hairpin for the last time. Slower riders ahead of him, but I don't think that's going to make any difference. He's got a good enough gap back to Cathal Gallagher, and he knows it. He doesn't want to do anything silly. Down the front straight then, Scott Clements takes the win. And Cathal Gallagher settles for that 2nd place. Michael Press in 3rd. We'll keep it close there. Johnny Gregory, a lonely 4th place there for Johnny Gregory. And first of the Cup riders in, Harry McAleese. Finishes up in 5th. Gary Jordan 6th. 7th is William Young. Almontes Monteves in 8th. 9th was Robert Toner. Chris Simpson in 10th. Oh, it's Carton Bell tried to get Kane on the line, but Kane just getting the better drive out of the hairpin. 13th Jamie Sloan, 14th Loris Britton, 15th Declan Harley, 16th Barry Gosson, 17th across the line Adam Rogers just ahead of Lee Hillen. And then we have Dale Liggett and Xavier LaRouge, the top 20. Next up then, Moto 1. So if the remainder of the Moto 1 machines, please make their way to the holding area for your next race. Here we go then, the machines are on. So this Honda, it'll just feel like a wee toy to him compared to the Moto 3. So again, William Graham and Joel Hur will probably be at it once again, neck and neck. David Scott then in 5th. David Scott coming on really well, and Brandon Kennedy as well on that Honda. Brandon Kennedy has came leaps and bounds from the first time he sat on that bike, and he is absolutely flying this weekend. But no doubting this girl who is indeed absolutely flying. Paige Mullen, pole position for Paige. Hubert Tomaszewski in 2nd. 3rd lines up William Graham. 4th, Joel Hur. 5th is David Scott. Brandon Kennedy in 6th. 7th is Mitchell McNeil. 8th is Cooper Cahoon. 9th is Ella Musgrove. 10th is Thomas McGurnahan. And 11th, Annabelle O'Neill. Tomaszewski, that machine, and himself patched up after a couple of incidents today. Just shows the determination. Heart like a lion. Back on the front row again, along with Paige Mullen, William Graham, and Joel Hur. But here we go. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up on the limiter. Long wait for the lights to drop down again, and away they go. Great start there for Paige Mullen and William Graham. So William Graham up the inside of Hubert Tomaszewski, up into 2nd place. Paige Mullen already pulling away from the group behind, in through Colonials 1. Colonials 2, William Graham is still holding on to that 2nd place on the Honda. What a start there for William Graham. Through into Fisherman's, and back up round into the chicane. Yeah. Oh yeah. So axing the chicane then, it's still Paige Mullen from William Graham on the Honda. Hubert Tomaszewski in the slipstream of William Graham, and it's bringing Joel Hur with them. So Joel Hur getting a double slipstream here for the hairpin. Hard on the brakes then, tipping it in, and they get the power on really, really early on these machines. So Joel Hur has got right back up in behind William Graham now. Hubert Tomaszewski getting the better of him in the chicane, but look at William Graham in the slipstream. He's going to try and go up the inside of Deaders. Oh, and he pushes Tomaszewski out ever so slightly, but Tomaszewski closes the door, and that's allowed Joel Hur through as well. So Joel Hur up into 3rd place, right in behind Tomaszewski. Oh, but he runs wide and into Colonials, and he pulled it back there, but I think that's allowed Tomaszewski just to a wee bit of a safety buffer between himself and Joel Hur. Go into the chicane then. And just for any competitors, there is medals, prizes to be handed out just over at Sign On. So if you're due a prize, go to the Sign On and gather it up before you go home today. So into the hairpin then. Still Paige Mullen, but Hubert Tomaszewski is on an absolute charge here. This is going to be a good lap time from Tomaszewski. As they come on the start and finish straight then, the Boss E rider well tucked in behind that screen. Across the line then, Paige Mullen, Hubert Tomaszewski with the fastest lap at 109.4. Joel Hur in 3rd place at 109.7. William Graham dropping back once again at 110.4. Only half a second back on Joel Hur. As we wait for them to emerge once again in the Fisherman's. Oh, and Tomaszewski is right on the back end of Paige Mullen now. So Page is going to be feeling the pressure very soon. Through, up the inside, that's Tomaszewski into the lead. So Tomaszewski into the lead, this one, but Paige Mullen getting great drive once again out of the chicane and moves over to the left-hand side and out past Tomaszewski. But will Hubert be able to do anything on the brakes? He has that inside line. Up the inside, Tomaszewski back in the lead, but can he pull it back to the apex? Out on the start and finish straight again. Paige Mullen getting the drive on that 300 machine. Lovely. Out past Hubert Tomaszewski. No issues at all. He uses the power of it. Joel Herr just dropping back ever so slightly. That's 0.5. He's actually drawn Hubert Tomaszewski back in that wee bit from the previous lap. So Joel Herr's coming with them. That's Mitchell McNeil away through, just ahead of that group. Ella Musgrove and Cooper Cahoon. Thomas McGurnahan away through. So Mitchell McNeil a 1:15.2, Ella Musgrove a 1:15.1, Cooper Cahoon a 1:15.6. So that's Cooper's best time so far, and he's starting to claw them back in. The gap back was only 0.9 of a second, nearly a second, so he's starting to close up that gap as the leaders head back towards the hairpin then. Out of the hairpin on the start and finish, still Paige Mullen, and she seems to be pulling away from Hubert Tomaszewski now. The gap was 0.1 of a second, it is now 0.7 of a second. Paige Mullen with the fastest lap, a 108.6. Hubert Tomaszewski a 109.2 on that last lap. So she's got well and truly has the pace. Joel Herr holding on to that third place. The gap is back up to 1.0 seconds. Back from Hubert Tomaszewski. And William Graham a further 2.4 seconds back on Joel Herr. But David Scott up into 5th place now for David Scott, getting the better of Brandon Kennedy. A 1:11.7, and again 0.5 a second back. That's all the gap is. He got past him early doors that last lap, and he was able to pull a wee bit of a gap. So another call for the sidecar machines, please. Sidecars to the holding area. So looking back at David Scott, Brandon Kennedy still with him. He's not letting them go too far here with this one. Paige Mullen, the gap 0.7 last time, it's now 0.4. So Hubert Tomaszewski has clawed that bit of a gap back in. That's Hubert Tomaszewski's fastest lap so far, a 109.0. Joel Herr, the gap is down now, 0.9 of a second again. So he's on the move in the closing stages of this race. So another call for the sidecar machines. Sidecars to the holding area, please, as the leaders come back out of. They're all bunching back up again. So Hubert Tomaszewski at the chicane is right with Paige Mullen, right on her back wheel, but Paige is a diamond getting out of the chicane, and she's already pulling a bit of a gap. Joel Herr isn't giving up in this one either. He's nearly within slipstream contention of Hubert Tomaszewski. If he can just squeeze that brake a wee bit later, he could claw it all back here on this next lap. But Tomaszewski still tucked in behind Paige Mullen here in the slipstream, but he can't seem to do anything about Tomaszewski's bike. And lurking in the background is Joel Herr. I'm not sure whether they're aware that he's there, but he's waiting to pounce. Again, the gap back from Tomaszewski to Joel Herr is closed once again, 0.6 of a second. So he's definitely on the move. That's Joel Herr's best time so far, a 108.9. Hubert Tomaszewski's last lap was a 109.3. So he's reeling them in hand over fist as they go back to the chicane. Tomaszewski trying to make a move on Paige Mullen. He tried to go up the inside on the exit of the chicane. Not an awful lot of room there, Hubert. And he's had to hold back and allow Paige Mullen to stay in the lead of this one. at the hairpin. Then Tomaszewski closes right up again on the brakes at the hairpin. But again, Paige Mullins able to get the power on that wee bit earlier. Coming down on the start and finish straight then. Oh, Hubert Tomaszewski looking behind him. He knows that Joel Herr is there. He knows he's ready. Last lap time then. Not an awful lot of time to do anything about these pair in front of him, Joel Herr. Paige Mullins with the fastest lap that time round. Once again, a 108.4. Hubert Tomaszewski, a 108.4. Joel Herr, a 108.7. So the two out in front are starting to pull away ever so slightly. And they're starting to push each other. And Paige Mullins, at the chicane, Paige Mullins pushing to the limit. Using all of the track and a wee bit more to come back towards the pit lane cafe behind us. And Paige is still pulling away from Tomaszewski. Unless one more corner to go then for Paige Mullins. She takes a bit of a defensive line there as the bib disappears behind the buildings and reappears out on the start and finish straight. Paige Mullins on the drag to the finish line then, and another win for the Bossy rider. Paige Mullins takes it from Hubert Tomaszewski and Joel Herr. Last lap, and the fastest lap for Paige Mullins, a 107.9. What a result, what a weekend for Paige and the Bossy racing team. William Graham, he was up there. He wanted a bit of that cake, but he settles for that fourth place. Of course, a winner in the Tayanda class. Davy Scott in fifth, holding off Brandon Kennedy. Brandon doing very well to stay with Davy Scott there the last couple of laps. And we just wait then. Annabelle O'Neill across the line. And it's Cooper Cahoon was able to hold off Mitchell McNeil on the last lap. So Cooper Cahoon, third Tayanda home, seventh on the track. Mitchell McNeil settling for fourth Tayanda and eighth on the road. Alan Musgrove then across the line in ninth. And Thomas McGurnahan, number 932, finishes in 10th. And Annabelle O'Neill in 11th. Next up then, the sidecars. They're lining up, they're ready, raring to go. And if the first race was anything to go by, this is going to be another cracker. So the sidecars are out on track. I feel them just holding back that wee bit. Playing the tactics here. Keeping the tyres nice and warm while the rest of them are cooling down on the grid. Although track temperature is up to 33.2 degrees now. machines make their way through the chicane. Back up towards us. They are taking it easy here on this warm-up lap. The brakes nice and warm, weaving from left to right, getting plenty of heat in them tyres. I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure no tyre warmers for these outfits. Although some of them might opt to put them on. But Dylan Lynch, Killian Rogers on pole from Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash in third. Fourth, Tony Willis and Ian Harron. We have fifth, Eugene Kettle and Phil Gracie. Philly Newton then lines up in sixth with Dara Keaton, George Kennedy and Colin Smith lines up seventh. Eighth, Kieran Gordon and Abby Rogers, Declan Brady and Carl Brady should line up in ninth. 10th, Jeff Hickey and Trevor Black. 11th, Fran Newton and Owen Keeger. So just a reminder for anyone who has to return their transponders, please do so. Cooper Cahoon in the Moto 1 class. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there from Dylan Lynch. Dylan Lynch with the whole shot by the looks of it there. I think that's Philly Newton maybe in the middle of that group through Colonials 1. Three Fishermen's then. We're heading back up towards the chicane now. So the sidecars pouring out the chicane up out onto the back straight then. Sliding their way. Again screaming for grip. Lynch and Rogers pushing that outfit to the limit. Early doors in this race. Out of the chicane, out onto the start and finish straight again. Oh, look at that outfit screaming, squirming for grip there. So Dylan Lynch and Keelan Rogers in the lead. But again, is Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald going to be able to tuck in behind them? That's Philly Newton. Philly Newton and Dara Keaton. Looked like the fern was maybe a wee bit loose there on that outfit coming past. But it's still Lynch and Rogers. But Lynch and McDonough still pushing hard through the chicane. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. Tony Willis is a wee bit closer this time to O'Reilly as they come out of the chicane. So Tony Willis trying to get the power down. That machine of his, it seems they're running a lot better this time round. You see when they get a wee bit of heat into them, them engines get very, very hot under there. See how it behaves further on in the field. And the number 46 of Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers can't get the grip down. The back end of that machine is spinning up and the gap's down from Tony Willis and Terry O'Reilly. So he's catching them. Ian Harn tucked well in behind that passenger seat. Has to come through there. Fastest lap for Lynch and Rogers, 104.1. Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald at 105.2. So the gap is 2.1 seconds. He's well and truly on the charge and he wants to run away with this one. George Kennedy and Colin Smith away through there. Just behind Jeff Hickey and Trevor Black. And listen to that outfit of Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. He's out to prove a point with his teammate. Tony Willis is pushing the back end of that outfit squirming under the power as Ian Harron just adjusts himself and gets himself tucked back into the seat there and nearly leaves the ground. That outfit there of Killian Rogers. There's a bit of a rise up over the start and finish straight here. And they seem to go light, and you can hear them spinning up down below us. So, Tony Willis and Ian Harron, the gap is now 0.7, and you can see he's still pushing. He wants to get the better of O'Reilly and Mark Gash this time round on that cosmic racing machine. Philly Newton he's being a wee bit tentative on Eugene Kettle. Oh, Philly Newton trying to go up the inside of Kettle. Kettle closes the door on him through Colonials 1. Philly needs to get the power down, but Kettle seems to have got the drive out of Colonials 2, heading for Fisherman's, and he's got the advantage. Tony Willis and Ian Harron still closing down Mark Gash. The gap last time was 0.7 of a second as the leaders cross the line. Derek Lynch and Killian Rogers still just pacing themselves now at 105.1 compared to their best lap of 103.8. Derek Lynch and Ando McDonald at 105.2. Their last lap was a 107.2, so something seriously wrong there on that last lap for Derek and Ando. So again, Tony Willis on O'Reilly. The gap is now down to 0.6. It's very, very slight. Oh, look at this battle further back. Eugene Kettle, Fran Newton. Oh, trying to go. They're side by side coming down past us here. I'm just listening to that machine of Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. I'm not sure whether the bike was just spinning up underneath them or there's something. It's developed a bit of a misfire there, but hopefully not. They've got a good lead, although they've pushed that sidecar pretty hard. So next up then, the SBT Ireland Norman Brown Memorial Trophy Superbike race. Again, over 12 laps if you can make your way to the holding area. That's the SBT Ireland Norman Brown Memorial Trophy race. Over 12 laps to the holding area, please. Oh, Tony Willis, he's done it. He's finally done it. He's got the better of Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. Oh, Gash looking to repay the favour. Moves over to the inside line. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash back ahead of Tony Willis and Ian Harron. So Tony Willis, he's going to have to do something pretty quick because O'Reilly is going to try and get away with this one, and he's already trying to gap him. He's pushing in through the chicane then. Willis trying to manoeuvre that much larger machine round the chicane, just struggling to get the direction changed. And you can tell on track the difference in length of the two bikes, the F1 and the F2 machines. Again, Willis, he hasn't given up on this one. O'Reilly, oh, he's looking away again on the outside. But O'Reilly just moves towards the pit wall and he gets better drive through deaders. So the speed difference through deaders, O'Reilly has a huge advantage over Willis. But then Willis is able to close him in there down the back straight. But it looks like O'Reilly's pulled a huge gap now on Tony Willis. He might have just thought better of it. Oh, we've got a retirement as well. I'm not sure. Was that Philly Newton maybe? I'm not too sure. Just in the background. Hopefully they can get that thing going again. Back out on the start and finish straight then. Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. Last lap flag. Oh, Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald still pushing hard. He's pushing that machine to the limit. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash. Oh, Willis is right on him again. He's made up an awful amount of ground there on O'Reilly. So Tony Willis really starting to push now on this last lap. He hasn't got much of a chance. So if he can get past, he has to do something. He has to get the hammer down. He has to pull that gap back on O'Reilly. Oh, just listen to that outfit of Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. Out on the starting finish, spinning the whole way down that back straight into the hairpin. They're coming back down, out onto the starting finish straight here. Any second now as they disappear behind the buildings. Here he is then, Lynch and Rogers. Out on the starting finish. Checker flag ready, takes the win. And a big wave. Lynch and Rogers. And Derek Lynch and Anton McDonald in second place. Now we wait for Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. So it looks like Tony Willis then has settled. Or has he? No, he hasn't. He's hidden against the pit wall. He was hiding against the pit wall, but it was Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash who took that last step of the podium from Tony Willis and Ian Harn. Great race there once again for the sidecars. Great to see a good grid of sidecars here. And unfortunately, it was Kieran Gordon and Abby Rogers who retired at the back section of the track. They were unable to finish. So another call in for the SBT Ireland Norman Brown Memorial Trophy races. This is race 12 in your programmes, over 12 laps, remember. So another nail-biting race coming up. That's the number 21 there, Eugene Cattle and Philip Gracie. They finish up in 6th place. So again, last call for the SBT Ireland Norman Brown Memorial Trophy Race Superbikes to the holding area. This is race 12 in your programmes. So the klaxon is sounded for this SBT Ireland Norman Bryan Memorial Trophy Race Superbikes. And Nicky Burns out again on his Supersport machine, just ironing out some problems before the end of the day. Again, new machinery, so it can be very temperamental, especially when you're building them from the ground up. But it seems to be going better than what it did the last time round. So the klaxon sounded for the Superbikes and the tyre warmers have been removed. And we go again for the last Superbike race of the day. That'll be followed by the Moto 3 and the lightweight Supersport. And then the last race of the day, the Supersport Pro. Good stuff. So Superbikes leaving pit lane, out for their warm-up lap. Remember, this is a 12 lapper, and we've got a mixture of cup riders in as well. Really good opportunity for the cup riders to better themselves, although they mightn't be in the front of their own group, but their times are definitely coming down. Pole position, Carl Phillips from Johnny Campbell. Again, Johnny was looking strong in that first race, but unfortunately had a slip off, and he handed it to Ryan Gibson. But Carl Phillips with a huge lead. He's on pole from Johnny Campbell. Ryan Gibson in third. Fourth is Luke Jones. Fifth, Jimmy Lyons. Sixth, Aaron Spence. Seventh, Mark Hewitt. Hopefully he can get that BMW Dent Boy machine off the line. 8th is Mark Conlon. 9th, Alan Kenny. 10th, Ross Irwin. 11th, Jimmy Johnson. 12th is Johnny Allen. Jack Cadwell then in 13th. 14th, Remy Clark. And 15th, Alan McCaffrey. So Superbikes lining up then. Johnny Campbell just looking over at his team there, but the green flag is being waved at the back. Just a bit of a hold up. But here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up. And away they go. Oh, Ryan Gibson trying to keep the nose down on BMW, but what a great start there for Carl Phillips. And Jimmy Lyons up into second place. What a start there from Jimmy Lyons on the Fireblade. And he's right with Carl Phillips now. Squeezing them brakes a wee bit harder. Into Colonials 1, through Colonials 2, into Fisherman's then. Carl Phillips, will he be able to get away as quick as what he has done in the previous races? Jimmy Lyons seems to be sort of staying with him here through the chicane. And back out onto the back straight then. You can hear that BMW machine squirm in the back end. And that looks like it's Luke Jones. So Luke Jones up into third place now in the SBT Ireland Superbike Ducati. Out of the hairpin. Carl Phillips, he's opened up that gap even further now from Jimmy Lyons on the Fireblade. Jimmy Lyons away through Luke Jones. Johnny Campbell looking away through on Luke Jones. Johnny Campbell throws them in through Deaders. On the brakes, Johnny backing it into Colonials 1. Ryan Gibson in 5th, Alan Kenny 6th, 7th Mark Hewitt, Aaron Spence in 8th, 9th is Jimmy Johnson, Jack Cadwell in 10th, 11th and first of the Cup Riders, Johnny Allen Second in the Cup Riders is Remy Clark. Third is Alan McCaffrey. 12th, 13th, respective. Mark Conlon, 14th. 15th is Ross Irwin. So back down the back straight then. Carl Phillips. Jamie Lyons holding off Luke Jones. Oh, but Johnny Campbell looking away up the inside. Luke Jones at the hairpin. Can he pull it back to the apex? Luke Jones back up the inside. But Johnny Campbell's going to have the drive. And he makes it stick out on the start and finish. The back end of the BMW squirming for grip underneath him. Way through Carl Phillips then. A 54.8 for Phillips. Jamie Lyons a 55.6. Johnny Campbell a 55.2. So he's on a charge. He's chasing down Jamie Lyons on that Fireblade. 0.5 of a second was the gap last time round. You'll see going through the chicane. Going through the chicane is Jamie Lyons still ahead of Johnny Campbell, but Carl Phillips continues to pull away. The gap last time was 1.7 of a second, and it's visibly more now. Johnny Campbell, watch his lap times. Once he gets past Jamie Lyons, they're going to start to plummet here. So I can see Johnny Campbell getting into the 54s here very soon. Carl Phillips across the line, dancing with that BMW. So Campbell still can't get past Jamie Lyons at 55.5. Colonials 1, Colonials 2. They're like a freight train. They're all concertinaed up again through Fisherman's. Carl Phillips entering the chicane. Jamie Lyons coming out of Fisherman's with Johnny Campbell still in behind him. Luke Jones following them through as he backs it into the chicane. Back out onto the back straight then. So it's all heating up now. Jamie Lyons wrestling in his body over the front of that machine. Try and keep the power of the Fireblade, trying to keep the nose down. Oh, Luke Jones trying to, he closes right back up to Johnny Campbell and tries to dive up the inside, but he just outbraked himself ever so slightly. Johnny Campbell's on the move now. He's got the drive in through Deaders, and he's bringing Luke Jones with him. So he's right there through Deaders. And oh, Johnny Campbell up the inside of Jamie Lyons now. So Johnny Campbell up into second place. He pulls it back in through Colonials 2. Fisherman's then. Let's see, it's still Carl Phillips. Smooth as you like through the chicane. And Johnny Campbell now ahead of Jamie Lyons. Johnny Campbell down the back straight. And back into the hairpin. Carl Phillips out on the start and finish straight at 54.4. 54.9 the last time, that was a 54.6. Johnny So here we go. I'll try and get my breath back getting up them steps, but the podiums for the SBT Ireland, the Norman Brown Memorial Trophy races. And again, ladies and gentlemen down there, huge round of applause for Ryan Gibson, Luke Jones and Carl Phillips. So back to the racing then. Jack Burrows, no surprise there, leading the way here in the Moto 3 class. Alfie Flynn in second place, and Kirkistown didn't get the start that she wanted there. She's dropped back a wee bit further, 2.3 seconds back on Alfie Flynn. Reuben Sherman Boyd leading the lightweight Supersport class then. Hubert Tomaszewski in second. Buster Sherman Boyd in third. Fourth place then for Bailey Dobson. Fifth for Dale Highland. Alana Maher in sixth, and seventh Johnny Parker. So again, just a call for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. That's the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area for the last race of what's been an absolutely fantastic day. With Jack Burrows then with the fastest lap of 102.5. Reuben Sherman Boyd fastest on the lightweight Supersport a 104.0. So it just shows you how hard Jack Burrows is pushing that wee Moto 3 machine. Alfie Flynn going through there. Kirkistown slightly slower that time round at 105.5 compared to Alfie Flynn. A 105.0. Half a second off the pace there for Kirkistown. Track temperature is still the same, 33.9, 34 degrees. It's actually up again. So usually it starts to cool down, but the weather's been with us here this weekend. As Jack Burrows continues to pull away in the Moto 3 class. We look back at the chicane. Kirkistown is a lonely third place there. But she'll be happy with the points. She'll be happy with us this weekend. Great results. Jack Burrows away through Alfie Flynn. A further 10.7 seconds back on Jack Burrows. Kirkistown, the gap has opened up once again, 3.9 seconds. And great to see Matt Davison back out again. Matt Davison wasn't out in the first race, but he's back out and he's up to fourth place for the number 80 machine, a 106.3, a 106.395 that time round for Matt Davison. Bailey Dobson still fourth in the lightweight Supersport, but Dale Highland chasing him down, 0.9 back. Tipping the limiter there, I think, for Johnny Parker. He's currently in seventh in the lightweight Supersport. Kirkistown, Matt Davison. All the way through. Reuben Sherman Boyd coming now. He's joining the back end of this group. The group led by Matt Davison into the hairpin. Again, that's Alfie Flynn away through there. Kirkistown across the line. Oh, Matt Davison, Reuben Sherman Boyd going up the inside there of William Graham. That 400 Supersport machine making short work of William Graham. And again, Matt Davison. Oh, Reuben Sherman Boyd squeezing up the inside of Matt Davison. Pushing him out onto the outside of the track, the dirty part of the track. And that's give Reuben Sherman Boyd an extra wee bit of room, to play with. So next up is Kirkistown in his sights. We'll go back to the hairpin. Your leader, Jack Burrows, out on the start and finish. So the gap, his last lap was a 102.4. Reuben Sherman Boyd's, Alfie Flynn's last lap was a 104.8. But Alfie Flynn, I don't think Reuben Sherman Boyd's going to catch Alfie Flynn, but of course he's racing his own championship here, the lightweight Supersport, as he gets tucked in behind Kirkistown. And remember, through deaders, absolutely flat out on one of these wee machines. They don't lift their heads from the screen at all. The way through there, Gary Jordan having a good battle there. William Young just in behind in 7th place. That was Billy Dobson away through there, just looking for more gears on that wee machine. Dale Hyland still ahead of Alana Maher. Jack Burrows goes through once again, so another call for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. Supersport Pro to the holding area. As Alfie Flynn goes through again, they're pretty well spread out now in this race. We'll look further back to the group. There was 3 or 4 of them in it, and they've just split up again, but these two are having a good battle. William Graham just in behind, still pushing. William Graham still getting used to this Moto 3 machine, remember. He hasn't had an awful lot of track time on it. As Billy Dobson goes through, trying to get himself comfortable there on the machine. He's currently in 4th place. Alana Maher away through. She's in 6th. And there's Jack Burrows already as he tips into Dadders flat out on the limiter there for Jack Burrows. That wee 250 Honda. The wee engine is getting stressed out. And we're just waiting on Alfie Flynn then. Alfie Flynn across the line. Ruben Sherman Boyd, he could end up catching Alfie as well by the end of this race, and he could end up 2nd on the road, never mind 2nd in corrected time. So William Graham's got the better of Matt Davison, but Matt Davison looking away around the outside of Dadders. And then he got the switch back up the inside, but William Graham on the brakes through Colonials 1. And he makes it stick, so William Graham back in front of Matt Davison. Through Colonials 1 and 2, heading towards Fisherman's again, but your leader won't be long coming back round, and the last lap flag is being readied for this race. Here he comes in, just behind Alana Maher, and round the outside. Alana Maher probably didn't see him coming around the outside there and give her a wee bit of a fright, but that's Jack Burrows on a charge on the last lap then. As we wait for Alfie Flynn coming, Gary Jordan looking down the left hand side of the bike. There's Alfie Flynn. Ruben Sherman Boyd has got past him again, so he's 2nd on the road then for Ruben Sherman Boyd, but of course he's got his own championship to chase. Can it after 600s or?
We're actually ready.
You're ready now, yeah? Right, no problem. So again, we're waiting for Jack Burrows. That's Billy Dobson away through there. And here he is, Jack Burrows. Burrows engineering RK Racing, another win in the bag. Young Jack Burrows. And Ruben Sherman Boyd won't be long till he gets cooked through. Let's see. Ruben Sherman Boyd dropping a wee bit further back this time round, but here he comes for the lightweight Supersport class. Ruben Sherman Boyd across the line, takes the win, and Alfie Flynn 2nd in the Moto 3. Just with Hubert Tomaszewski should be now. That's Ciara Gahoon. So Ciara Gahoon 3rd in the Moto 3 class. Another podium finish for Ciara. Side by side. William Graham had to shut the throttle off there. Matt Davison didn't see him there and near squeezed him against the wall. But Matt Davison getting the better. William Graham across the line, 4th, 5th. So in the Moto 3, Jack Burrows from Alfie Flynn and Ciara Gahoon. Lightweight Supersport, Ruben Sherman Boyd from Hubert Tomaszewski in 2nd. And 3rd was Buster Sherman Boyd. So we're going to do a sidecar podium presentation now. And I'll make my way down And again, great racing all around for the sidecars. Supersport 600 in the last race of the day, the finale. And Corey McGreevy on pole with Christian Elkin in second. Third is Ross Martin after a phenomenal race last time out. Rob McCauley fourth, fifth was Adam Brown. Sixth is Ross Moore. Seventh is Reuben Sherman Boyd. Eighth is Alex O'Grady, first of the Cup riders. Second of the Cup riders, Francesco Filardo. He's in ninth. And the top 10, Robert Waddell. So here we go then as they're spraying the champagne down there on the families. But here we go, green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. Oh, Ross Martin. Nearly with a jump start. Evan Larkin. What a start there for Evan Larkin. But it was Corey McGreevy who gets the whole shot through through Deaders, breaking for Colonials. And Corey McGreevy turns in really, really early for Colonials compared to the rest of the riders, and just runs that wee bit wide, but he can stand the bike up quicker and get the drive out of Colonials too. Short shift now into Fisherman's at the chicane now. It's Corey McGreevy, Christian Elkin. Exit in the chicane. You can hear that Ducati over everything else as they head down towards the hairpin. It looks like Adam Brown, it looks like, up into third place. And a phenomenal start from Adam Brown on a stock 600, remember. Here we go. Corey McGreevy, Christian Elkin, Adam Brown. And that's Rob McCauley, Ross Moore, Alex Duncan. So what a great start there for Alex Duncan up into sixth place. Alex O'Grady, Ross Martin misjudged the lights on the line and he had to roll himself back. So he's down in 8th place at the minute. Reuben Sherman Boyd 9th, 10th Jimmy Dixon, Robert Waddell in 11th, Simon McCulloch 12th, 13th Francesco Filardo, 14th is Mark Camlin. Evan Larkin got a good start there, but he's back down into 15th place. Through the chicane again. Corey McGreevy isn't getting away as quickly as what he did in the first race. You can see Christian Elkin tucked right in behind him, and you notice Christian Elkin isn't wearing his new helmet again, so he's back to the black helmet that he was wearing at the beginning of the year. Corey McGreevy away through. 56.4 for McGreevy, a 56.7 for Christian Elkin. But Alex Duncan, how impressive is this? Alex Duncan up into 5th place now, a 58.9 from Duncan. And Paul Cranston across the line then. As they head back to the chicane. The gap last time back from Corey McGreevy to Christian Elkin was 0.9 of a second. We'll try and remember that as they come across the line again. It looks like it's opened up ever so slightly. That's Corey McGreevy. And Adam Brown with a big long look over his shoulder there. But he's in a comfortable 3rd place from Rob McCauley. Alex Duncan starting to chase him down. Alex Duncan is a further 1.5 down. Here comes McGreevy. Remember, 0.9. It's up to 1.0 now. So it's climbing. He's opening up that gap as we keep an eye on Ross Martin. So Ross Martin now up into 5th place. But Corey McGreevy keeps pumping out these fastest laps over and over and over again. A 56.1 for McGreevy. Christian Elkin a 56.3. Adam Brown a 57.9. Rob McCauley just in behind with a 58.5. He's in 4th place. But look at Ross Martin. He's clawed his way back up to 5th. Past Robert Waddell, Reuben Sherman Boyd, Alex O'Grady there. Alex O'Grady, that may have a seat. Where is he? In 8th. He's leading the cup class at the minute. Just having a look. There's yellow flags there at the chicane. It's Christian Elkin. No Corey McGreevy. Corey McGreevy slipped off at the chicane. So that's opened up this race altogether for Christian Elkin. So Christian Elkin can go away with another win this weekend here if he keeps it right. Adam Brown still in that 2nd place. Rob McCauley in 3rd, 4th. Ross Martin. Just having a look there, the yellow flag still being waved at the chicane. So it looks like Corey McGreevy had slipped off at the chicane. I think he's trying to make his way back to the paddock maybe. As we'll have a look to see Kirkistown Algon have a huge lead now. So last time round it was 4.4 seconds back on Adam Brown. But that looks like an awful lot more as Kirkistown Algon powers that Ducati, a V2 Ducati, down past us here. Adam Brown pushing that ZX6 machine to the limit. And a wee bit more, Rob McCauley. Rob McCauley, third place, fourth. Ross Martin up into fourth place now. So he's going to be pushing hard. So Corey McGreevy is riding his machine up through the paddock. As good you see, Corey's perfectly okay. And he'll get that bike. He'll push his bike back to the team. So Kirkistown Algon handed this one. It's 5.2 seconds now. The gap is open up to from Adam Brown. And we'll look back further. Ruben Sherman Boyd just in behind. Ross Martin just struggling with the power of that Ducati. But what a result here that'll be for Ruben Sherman Boyd. Up into 5th place now on the Honda. And in the slipstream of the Ducati, Ross Martin, he adjusts himself to get into Deaders. Joey Hennessy then, 3rd of the Cup Riders. He's in 9th place at the minute. But the leader of the Cup Riders is in 7th. That's Francesco Feraldo. So Feraldo, number 369, doing very well indeed. Up into 6th place, 2nd is Alex O'Grady. Joey Hennessy in 3rd. That's the Cup Riders. Paul Cranston away through. Kirkistown Algon, last lap was a 57.3, so he's calmed himself now. His fastest was a 56.3, so he's a second a lap slower than what he was when he was trying to chase down Corey McGreevy. And he's just looking to bring this one home. Oh, big moment there, Rob McCauley. So Ruben Sherman Boyd and Ross Martin are starting to hunt down Rob McCauley. And they're pulling each other in. So Rob is going to be under an awful lot of pressure here very soon. Through Colonials 1, through Colonials 2. And out towards... Oh, Ross Martin lost a lot of drive there out of Colonials 2. Ruben Sherman Boyd looking away up the inside of Fisherman's. But Ross Martin closes the door. Now through the chicane. Rob McCauley backs it into the entrance of the chicane. But Ruben Sherman Boyd has to get the drive on really early on the Honda. But look at the speed of the Ducati. The Ducati's just starting to pull away from him. And there's not much Ruben can do, but he's going to try and make a move up the inside of the brakes. He runs wide, and Ross Martin cuts it back. And he gets the power down the Ducati. Has he done it? It's Ruben Sherman Boyd just ahead of Ross Martin then. He's got the better of Martin, but Ross Martin looking away up the inside of Deaders, but he... Oh, Ruben Sherman Boyd cuts the nose off Ross Martin. Ross Martin, he wasn't expecting that. Through Colonials 1 and 2. Rob McCauley doesn't know what's unfolding behind him. As we look back towards the leader then, he's on the back end of Paul Cranston. And braking for the hairpin. He'll give Paul plenty of room. Kirkistown Algon back out on the start and finish straight then. The last lap flag for Kirkistown Algon. But we look at the battle for 3rd place. Adam Brown in a good, safe 2nd place at the minute. But Rob McCauley, he's going to get a shot in the shape of Ruben Sherman Boyd. If Ruben Sherman Boyd is able to get a podium here, what an achievement for the young rider. The round further back too. Simon McCulloch's found himself in a bit of a sandwich here with Alex Duncan and Mark Tomlin. But the leader past the pit lane cafe for the last time today. Christian Elgin breaking into the hairpin. But the battle further back for third place still goes on. The Honda Reuben Sherman Boyd looks like he missed a gear. So Ross Martin's coming, but here's your winner in. Christian Elgin wraps up another one for the Bell Bike Sport BMW Racing Team. All Cranston across the line then. Adam Brown with a nice wee wheelie across the line. But here he comes. The battle for third place. It's going to be Rob McCauley. And Reuben Sherman Boyd was able to hold off Ross Martin for fourth place. What a result there. Francesco Ferraldo up into sixth. Seventh was Alex O'Grady. Eighth was Joey Hennessy. And Alex Duncan on the Ducati was able to hold off Mark Tomlin, and Simon McCulloch held off Robert Waddell on that last lap. They had a great battle. Evan Larkin in 13th. Yes, no problem. Yeah, okay. So another fantastic race. The win for Christian Elgin, Adam Brown in second. Third was Rob McCauley, Reuben Sherman Boyd in fourth. Fifth, Ross Martin. Sixth, Francesco Ferraldo. Seventh, Alex O'Grady, Joey Hennessy in eighth. Ninth, Alex Duncan, Mark Tomlin in 10th. 11th, Simon McCulloch. 12th, Robert Waddell. Evan Larkin in 13th. 14th, Christian Boyles. 15th is Owen McGlynn. 16th, Ciara Cahoon, and 17th was Paul Cranston. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic day's racing. And can I just call for Carl Phillips? So, Carl Phillips, can you come back down towards us here and get your prize, get some photographs taken? You are the man of the meeting. So, Carl Phillips, if you can come to the control tower, to the podium, and claim your Man of the Meeting prize. And anyone else who hasn't collected their prize from Sign On, please do so before you go home, and do it as quickly as possible, because the team, they need to get packed up, and we all want to go home as well. And on that note, anybody who hasn't returned a transponder, please do so as quickly as possible. Alfie Flynn in the Moto 3, if you can return your transponder. And in the lightweight Supersport, Johnny Parker and Alana Meher, please return your transponders as quickly as possible, and we'll call it out continuously until we get them all back. Otherwise, Richard Agnew, he will hunt you down. He does know where you live. So please return them as quickly as you can. But ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful day's racing here for the Norman Brown Trophy Memorial Races. And I'm sure you can all agree the team has done another fantastic job here, and we look forward to the next one. All the marshals, all the scrutineers, the timekeepers, the riders, absolutely everybody involved in today's racing, the riders and the teams, thank you so much. And don't forget, keep the racing to the track and safe home, and get well soon to all the following riders. And I'm glad to hear the majority of them are okay. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you next time. And don't forget Tandragee next weekend. Pete's very excited about that. So we'll see you next weekend at Tandragee, all being well. And again, please, ladies and gentlemen, safe home.